unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na. Good morning, everyone. I'm alone today for a little bit anyway. I've made Teresa late. But she came in and started for us so we can watch the testimony of Brian Higgins from last year's trial. You guys, if you're watching now, the trial now, but didn't watch the last one, Brian Higgins is one of the defense's third-party culprit people. I to be honest, it feels like he's like the third-party culprit person more so than anybody else this year. And he has not testified this year, but he did testify last year. Now, I'm curious what everyone thinks that didn't see him last year, if they feel like he should testify this year, like if the defense should call him this year. I kind of feel like no. Oh, why am I breaking up? I feel like he shouldn't, but there are some things that he says that may be good. Oh, Indiana girl, I don't know how far back I can read. Yeah, I mean, the part about his phone stuff like that, did it sound suspicious as hell? Yes, it did. But do I think that it's worth the risk of like him potentially coming off as kind and professional? Like, to me right now, I feel like the jury thinks he's the boogeyman. And I know that some people call Proctor the boogeyman, but I mean, we're talking about two different things. We're talking about a police officer, but then we're talking about someone that you think actually did kill John. And so I just wonder if their level of, okay, well, maybe he did kill her or kill him is way higher than, oh, well, maybe this cop is actually biased. Because there's like more than enough evidence of that. Like, I think the evidence that they have of Proctor being biased is more, it's greater and more compelling than Higgins, the evidence that he killed John. You know what I mean? There's a lot of pieces missing. So, Indiana girl, and I was thinking about that. The piece that was missing what I saw in people's arguments yesterday, it seems as though people missed the fact that they were already there when Barros showed up. And they were sitting in the truck. Him and Buchanan, Proctor and Buchanan. So while I think there would have been video from Ring, that doesn't mean that it like saw anything. So for example, say you're looking at her car on Ring footage at the house, at her parents' house. And they pull up in their truck. It was a truck. I don't know that you would necessarily, because the back end of the SUV was pointed towards the road. I don't know for sure. I don't think it would with that angle that it was. If someone would have got out at the road and then approached the back of the car, like in a straight line, I don't know if he would show up there. And it wouldn't be Buchanan. Well, I mean, I guess, I mean, he said that Proctor's the one that got close. And I almost felt like him even saying that, like, I wasn't there, I wasn't close, but Proctor got close. I think he said 3 feet or so. Sounded like it could have been an excuse for if they were captured on camera. Also, you have to remember, so like I have Blink, and so and Ring is similar, and I have the app on my phone. And right now, from yesterday at basically 6 a.m., I have 312 clips in here. And basically all of it is me going out back on the back porch multiple times to try to tan. Cars driving by my front door, like down my road. Sometimes nothing. People walking their dogs. But they say to like angle the camera so that it won't pick up things in the road. But like at the same time, it's like, but if something happens like in the road in front of my house, like I want to have that on camera. So it's difficult for me to like maybe even angle it down so that it only captures the front door, because you just don't ever know if there's going to be a reason why you need to see what's happening in the road, you know? And then it also catches my car in the driveway and whatever. But my point is I'm going to go through here and I'm going to look and make sure that everything is just like somebody driving by, or me. And it gets exhausting and there's a lot, and I can just click edit and then delete all and then uncheck the ones that I know that I want to keep and then delete the other ones forever really quickly to make up space, especially if you're using Ring. Like, so I don't know about Ring, but Blink has has cloud storage, but you have to pay a subscription to have the cloud storage, or you can get a thumb drive and plug it into like the it's like a home base, basically. Like I have a home base that's connected to the internet, and then that sends the power to both cameras. I have a thumb drive plugged into that, and it will save to local storage, which is the thumb drive, instead of the cloud. So we don't know, if they went through and deleted a bunch of stuff that they did not think was necessary. And then by the time the Commonwealth was lying about the time of the tow and the time that, like, you have to remember, the whole thing about Proctor didn't happen like until right when Alan Jackson came up and became one of her attorneys. And that was in like September of 2022. So it was months and months later. So even if things aren't saving to the cloud or you've deleted them, like, I'm not going to lie, if I was going through the Ring stuff and I was like, what's important here and what's not, what can I get rid of? Like, I would absolutely keep the toe clips, but I don't know that I would think to keep every person that I see. Well, they didn't look like officers. Proctor and Buchanan looked like normal people. They were in plain clothes. Barrows wasn't. But like, we don't have and didn't see any footage of Barrows either. Yeah, birds. There was a bee. There was a big bee, a huge bee that set off my front yard ones. And I'll have you know that the reason that I finally set them up after we've been here almost a year in July is because of the whole bird situation. If I had had my camera set up, I would have knew that bird was fucking around long before it came inside my house. All right. So we're going to watch Higgins, his direct and cross. Let me know. There's going to be a portion where they're reading his text messages, or he's reading his text messages with Karen. If you want, we can skip through that and I can put like just the direct reading of them. And I can put the Google Drive link in the chat for my phone with the text messages. And like, you can read them if you want to. Why do I get these random hiccups? What is happening? Because we've already sat through hours of him doing that. Well, not him doing that, but Buchanan. I'm here to tell you, if it was boring when Buchanan did it, it's way worse with Higgins. So Higgins, I would give you the background, but you're going to get that in testimony. So are we ready? This is all fine. I still don't know what stable volume means. I'm just going to leave it on. I had it out yesterday.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
This is in memory of the previous elephant trunk lady who didn't roll her eyes at old women and actually, quite frankly, kept up better than the new one.
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
And where do you live, sir?
At the
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to your employment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions, what did you do for work before that?
Oh God,
I was a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that, sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house, and I sold it in January of 2022.
And you recall, was that early January, late January?
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County or did you?
CH, I kind of remember a motion by Hank about something about the court reporter. And I think she was changed at his request. The elephant trunk lady.
Live somewhere else as well?
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in 2022 as well?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday and the 29th was Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that, but specifically the 28th. On the 28th, where were you on that date initially?
New York City.
And why were you in New York City, sir?
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of law enforcement there,
Yes.
including several people from Massachusetts.
Yes.
And when did you go down to New York City?
I believe it was the 27th of February. Might have been Thursday.
So was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake in the funeral. Some people went to the wake, some people went to the funeral. There was services in over those couple of days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how did you, you drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who were they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have to your work in law enforcement?
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Brian Albert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Albert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Albert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations, so to say?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
And how was it that you came to have an office at Canton PD?
That relationship was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I had also moved there. So it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And were you the only federal agent that had space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there. But I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your work or familiarity with work as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an office or a desk there?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now, as far as the ride back is concerned, when you drive from New York City back to Massachusetts, about how long a drive was that?
So typically it'd be I'd say like a 4-hour ride, depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City, if you know?
I believe that Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Albert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Now, as far as vehicles related to you, whether they be personal or work in the Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, sort of what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that, how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in two formats, 6'8" and I think 7'2". But I believe I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
And how often would you have, was that like a year-round thing, or how often, when about would you have that plow affixed to the Jeep?
Inclement weather or impending into inclement weather.
And is that something that you used, as far as what if any use did you put the plow on the front of the Jeep to?
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
And so you go to the hillside. Do you know about what time it was that you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert. Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And the hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably, because I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous, but it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the hillside, how long were you there, and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or so. And then Brian had left before me. I remained, he left.
And if you know, about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the Hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
And as far as where Mr. Albert was going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And with respect to this evening, so you leave from the Hillside and you go directly to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And if you know, about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
Again, it was dark. It could have been around 9 in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when you get to the Waterfall, do you recall where in relation to the Waterfall you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
So you come in to the Waterfall and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his family, and there was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
Now, with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time of January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
And so when you came over to the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you came?
So it would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter. Chris Albert, his wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jim McCabe.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, how familiar were you with that?
Casually.
Now, at some point you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe sort of throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the Waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No arguments or anything like that you observed from anybody that was present over the course of?
No, it was a good time, and there was a band.
And if you recall, about what time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the Waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
And just to be clear, when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed.
And just to be clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you identify just as where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
Just ask for record reflect the identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the Hillside.
And how often would it be that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the Hillside.
And as far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with him doing for work?
He was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Ms. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time,
And,
or as long as.
and so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to the occasions, as far as would there be occasions typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Miss Reed, or you would see Miss Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them in other sort of social settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time for the end of Patriots game.
So if I could take you back, let me ask you this. As far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Miss Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now, through the course of time that you knew them, did you have occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
I had John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or varied?
Oh, they would be text.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received this contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone, John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
So I think I was at the high top bar area, the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed came into the waterfall, what, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the glass that Miss Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
And at some point, did you come to find out where Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed had been prior to coming to the waterfall?
Sustained.
Are you familiar with another establishment in Canton called C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes.
Is that a place that you've been to before?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw with reference to the waterfall and or C.F. McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Well, that it wasn't from the waterfall.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
And so let me just ask one further question in regard to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the waterfall?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on.
How does he know what glasses they have at the waterfall? How does he know they don't have no tall glasses at the waterfall? Has he drank from every glass at the waterfall?
On the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
Now, after you make those observations, at some point over the course of the time that you were at the waterfall and they were there as well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content. I don't recall what that was.
Just small talk, fair to say?
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
You recall sending a text or
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
Now, what did he think he said? Because that was a lie. Did you have Miss Reed's cell phone information? And he said no. At that time, no.
this time, I know we've jumped around a couple of days, but at this time that you're at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th, did you have Ms. Reed's contact?
Yes, I did.
And at some point over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
And do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well,
And do you recall what you meant as far as that text message or why you had sent that to her?
to be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Now, around midnight or so, when you leave the waterfall, well, I'm sorry, let me take it back just one step. At some point over the course of the evening while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's Pizza Shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
And as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
And are you familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34 Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And about what time? About midnight or so when you're leaving. Who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, is his typical, what I would see him with. And the defendant had, glasses.
And do you recall her ever at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. But the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there. Is that correct?
I did.
And so, with regard to the home, when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway, and then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
So to this day, that story still makes no sense. Forget the fact that we know there wasn't any snow on the ground. So what was he plowing? But on top of that, what about that is being a smartass? Did you plow in the shape of a dick or something? I don't understand what about that would be you being a smartass.
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked as Exhibit 72.
Okay.
And Mr. Higgins, do you recognize what's printed up on the screen there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
34 Fairview.
So, Mr. Higgins, with that laser pointer now in your hand, if you could direct the jury's attention to, if you see it in this photograph, where you parked your Jeep at.
So the back end.
You know what this shows is that even with snow on the ground, things that are black, different colored, they stand out. Just in case, even here, you can see where the dirty snow is.
Into the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. and the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And so the front of your vehicle would have been pointed in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was closest to the house? So the driver's side or the passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you parked along the front of the house sort of with traffic, correct?
Yes.
So you arrive at the house, you do, as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, and then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with you?
So I might have been there. Well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly.
He said, I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. That's literally the same thing.
Two, one on each side.
And either of those females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the sort of plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes, so I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So he had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street.
Yes.
And so when you come into the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence. There's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. And I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one.
Didn't they say that the breezeway door, which is the other door, not the front door, which also he's the only one that went in that door, opened up into the living room?
Not two females.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else?
Unless he went in the back through the gate and went in the back door, that would put him in the kitchen.
That you were familiar with came by the house.
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, float in at that point.
And beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say.
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what, if any, familiarity or what, if any, background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
So relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because I'm not a beer drinker and that's what they had. So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
Now, for that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you've described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No,
Did you go upstairs at any time?
no,
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
no.
And when you exited the home, do you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And at any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
And not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now, with respect to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the windows or the door or anything like that?
No.
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
So I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not, no.
And at any point in time over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two people while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you left from the residence, and again, you're not sure what time that was?
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
And do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house.
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
Yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
You familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No.
And beyond the people that you've described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as Colin Albert?
No.
Now you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather intermittently?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, what was it like when you came out of the house?
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As far as the snow was concerned, was the
Yes.
snow sticking to, or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away, or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called a fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, how is, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled, and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord, and it plugs in under the dashboard.
Did you just say a fish stick? It's called a fish stick?
And who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's
A fish stick. Could they not come up with something better than that? A fish stick? What?
It's on a cord, and it
Oh,
plugs
help
in
me.
under the dashboard. I reached down to find out. I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
And then you call it a joystick? Why didn't you just call it a joystick? A fish stick? Does everyone call it a fish stick?
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's a hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah. So if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
If he needed to use the plow, how did he use the plow at Albert House?
And
Let's see what he said.
Dashboard between the seats. The dashboard.
controlled, and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord, and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out. I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's a hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to
So he
moving
had
it
it.
sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah. So if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
0.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah. If it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you pull forward a couple of feet, and then you lift it. About how high did you lift it when you're pulling, when you stop and then lift up?
Probably like a foot or two.
And as far as following that, you pull away from the house, is that right?
Correct.
And as you're pulling away from the house, where is your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night. So that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people that you knew or had met or were familiar with?
No.
So you get back to the police station, and with regard to the Canton Police Station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, you drive in. Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door, and then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like, say, in front of the police station?
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Sally port into the station?
Yes, that would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally port, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. I'd walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take you back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the Sally port area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
So if you come into, I guess what you're asking, so if I come into the Sally port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Sally port, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station. Is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small.
And when you say small, about how far?
About 12 feet, maybe.
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch, is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with two glass panes.
And as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes.
You're aware that those cameras record, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you?
What's interesting is Lally mentions the surveillance footage, but did not provide any surveillance footage until this trial.
Go through a certain door at a certain time.
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably, he was on midnights.
Well, now
Do
we know
have any
you went in
specific
there.
recollection of seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when you get to the police
Lie,
station, do
you
you
went
have
in.
how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station, if you know?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get a key, correct?
Yes.
And why had you left the key to one of the vehicles in the office?
So as I stated earlier, I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton PD?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you've described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Could have been somewhere around 20 to 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., is that roughly around?
Yes.
And when you get home, do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever. But I think I did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks. I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
Now, after you fall asleep at some point later on that morning or something, you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that occurred?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you look at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up your phone, or who was calling you with that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the chief's call at that time?
No.
And was that abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of blew, like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like, that kind of caused me some concern, because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the phone from Mr. Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
So you receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the previous day, over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see?
I mean, I just went into the house.
As far as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside of the house?
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't remember.
Now, with regard to starting with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
So I saw Brian, I saw Nicole. Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the same kitchen area that I was in before. Jen and Matt McCabe. And then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
So she got there about 8, I think. So what time did he get to 34 Fairview? Because he got there fast, I guess. I don't know how far away he lives from there.
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
And as far as the house when you come in, similar to the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught.
And did you know why they were distraught?
Because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
And when you received that information or were informed of that, how did you receive that information, or what, if any, impact did that have on you?
Good thought, Diane or Joanna.
Well,
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, sustain, you can ask it differently.
Wow, that's far.
When did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
during the phone call at about 6:30-ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him.
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It didn't make sense to me.
I laughed. Like, Wally, what do you think his reaction was? At least, what do you think he's going to say his reaction was? He doesn't even say, I was devastated. He says, didn't make sense to me.
I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
Well, they obviously did show up if he was there. And you went out to your vehicle while the Commonwealth says he was laying right there, right by the curb, right by the road, right in the yard.
And the fact that Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe keep getting up to go to the window and seeing that
He was
he's
literally there for all that, Teresa.
I know he was. That's why I'm like, this guy's a fucking joke.
Like the way he testifies is like he wasn't there for all that. So he didn't know that a truck pulled up outside. He didn't know that Julie and Jen and Matt all saw. You're going to tell me not a single one of them came to the group and was like, oh, there's a black SUV outside. It must be John and Karen. I don't know why they haven't come in yet.
And like he wasn't paying attention to whether Karen was coming over there or not.
Which is really ridiculous because I find it interesting that he was watching her so closely, yet never spoke to her that night, that he doesn't really much remember what John did, but he knows that she like came in and pulled a drink out of her jacket. And he was looking at the glass so closely that he was able to determine that it didn't come from the waterfall. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And
yeah,
he
every move she made, that's why we know for sure he knew that they were out front. I do think you know how I feel about this whole plow on his Jeep and the Jeep not being there. And then, Ryan Nagel driving away. Well, he, passengering away, but that truck driving away. And then I just feel like Brian Higgins comes back around at that point, and that's when whatever happens.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I also find it suspicious that he remembers that he texted Karen, but doesn't remember exactly what he texted John. And
he didn't have, when he printed all those up, like he didn't sit there and read them 15 times.
Oh, 100%. I'm trying to think what the other thing was that I was going to say before I hit play again, because there was something else. I mean, what baffles me is the fact that they're saying she did all this, and when you realize just how small the front yard is, I just don't see how she didn't hit his Jeep if she backed up that fast. And like, for real,
because his Jeep isn't there yet. I still don't think she backed up. Nobody can explain to me how those key cycles have anything to do with that property. I don't know why the defense isn't saying anything about it, but it just doesn't add up to me at all. And until somebody can break it down for me where I understand it, I don't think she backed up there.
Yeah. And like, also then why didn't Ryan Nagel see his Jeep? Like, where the fuck was he parked at? Like, I just don't understand.
He drove around. I think he drove around. And I do. I think that he's plowing, and I think he drove around, and then he was coming back up, like behind Karen, essentially behind that truck, and then that's when I think that Karen's leaving. Ryan Nagel leaves. Karen leaves. John's outside, sees Higgins pulling up. John is like, "Tell him, T. He ran into John with the plow." I think it's a good possibility. I can't. I'm not a accident reconstructionist. I'm not a dog bite expert. I'm not an ER doctor. But that's like the most plausible thing to me in my brain.
Yeah, but did he drive around, and then when Karen pulled away, did he pull back up? And then John was still outside, and he fought with John outside. Like, what? I
think he's pulling up behind Karen after Ryan's truck is gone.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because I think that what he's doing is he's planning on so he pulls into the driveway first, and he says he's plowing, right?
Still, the story's so weird, but okay.
Right, because I don't really think that's necessarily accurate, or he's just fucking around. And then I think that he has to get out of the way for the other vehicles to come in. And because you have more people coming that actually live in this house, or are related to the people in this house, he thinks, all right, I'll drive around the block, give them all a chance to get here, and then I'll pull in behind them so I can leave.
Right.
Not necessarily that he's plowing around the block. So if he's not plowing, you can't have the plow down. The plow has to be up.
Right.
I don't think he was ran over.
There's much of this that doesn't make any sense. Like I still don't like that either. Like that's still not, the explanation still doesn't work for me.
See, and it doesn't. I know there is no explanation that works. That's essentially why we're at reasonable doubt in this whole case.
Right.
So let me say hi to everybody before you play. Hi, everybody. I'm here for about an hour and 15 minutes or so, and then I have to leave, and then I'll be back. So
we're just listening. Hi.
Hi. Happy Thursday. I think I said goodbye to you guys and told you guys to have a great Tuesday yesterday, and it was Wednesday because I can't keep track of what the hell's going on.
Yeah, I'm like losing time. I cannot believe, cannot believe that we do not have court today.
I know.
Because it's hot there.
It's cold here.
Like, you got to be kidding me.
You can't have the fans on. We'd have to turn off all the fans. We could have done a half day.
Or instead of paying all these people money that they don't deserve and putting up signs for buffer zones and shit, maybe we could use a little bit of money to fix the air conditioning. Get better air conditioning. I don't know, like do the HVAC or get better window units.
Air conditioners in there too.
That's what I'm saying. Or get better window units, or get some, like, there got to be something.
They can't even afford good curtains. Let's be real.
The courthouse should be able to afford, like, whatever the most expensive, most quiet air conditioners is. Or like they're like freestanding ones. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They're like circular and they're big and they like there's plenty of technology that they could have to where they could actually like work today.
Karen said her and her team are happy to have today off because they have work to do.
I don't give a damn. I don't care what they want.
She also said that she thinks that the defense is going to be done with their case, give or take Tuesday.
Yeah, she said that before. And what was it? Oh, when they were going to start their case in chief. And I'd have to go back and look, but I almost want to say, like, she said they would do it on Tuesday. Well, then it wasn't until like Friday that they did it, or Monday or Tuesday. You know what I mean? Like the following week. So I don't know.
I think so too. It needs some Z's. Christina says they fought in the house and the dog got excited, attacked John, and then John fell backwards and hit his head.
I mean, literally, that would make the most sense. And also, if that was what happened, and the dog didn't really like want to attack him, right?
See, that doesn't make the most sense to me. This is a perfect conversation because this is what the jurors are going to have to sit around and do, and to think about the fact that you have a different theory, I have a different theory, people in chat have their theories. This is what I'm telling you. This is reasonable doubt. You have to, those 12 people sitting in that room have to agree that Karen Reed intentionally hit him with her car to prove the second degree, or that she accidentally hit him with her car. And we can't even come to the agreement that she hit him with her car, much less on accident or on purpose.
Right. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. I hope they don't focus too much on trying to figure out what did happen. You know what I mean? Like,
No,
we sit here, we're like, that's
all
just
they have
making-
to do is keep putting out that reasonable doubt that something else is what happened. Which is why I don't think that they're really focusing on bringing in like Higgins for their case, like the defense case, because all they need to do is put the doubt in there.
right. Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I just hope they don't focus too much on that. And I hope that the defense, when they do their closing, I would like to see them stress to the jury that, like, if you still don't know what happened, you don't have to figure out what happened. But if you don't know what happened after they've told you what they think happened, that's the reasonable. Like, I hope they stress that stuff.
Lynn says, I can't understand why the defense didn't bring up Proctor's report lying that DPW didn't plow Fairview Road. Well, I think the problem is who do they bring that in under?
Proctor.
They'd have to bring that in under Proctor or whoever he supposedly interviewed, if that's even in the notes. I don't know.
Right.
Well, I mean, the thing is like, who do we have left for the defense? Like, for real. Like, we know we have the three experts, the ARCA and the other dude. And then we have Green still, no? Is Green testifying this trial?
I don't know. And they said they didn't know.
Okay. The tow truck driver, supposedly.
Yeah, I would call him.
Who else?
I
feel like I'm missing somebody.
Yeah, you are. I'm trying to. See, I would call Tully too. Maggie Gaffney. So Maggie Gaffney is the one who pulled the data from her car. I don't know if they'll bring her. Oh, Derek Ellington. We know they're bringing him. Oh, so they're going to probably bring Derek Ellington and not Green.
Oh, okay.
And they've already told the Commonwealth that they were going to call that person. So you have Rentschler, Wolf, Ellington. My fingers are crossed that Proctor.
No.
Well, that would probably depend on whether or not she lets them do that missing thing. Like, if she's not going to let them do the missing witness thing, I find no way that they're not going to call him.
I don't think they're calling him either way. I told you a month ago I didn't think Proctor was going to be involved in this trial. I don't think they're going to bring him in.
Yeah, no, I couldn't. There's too much. Like I said, I don't want to say the more offensive. I don't want to say that. But his comment about her taking her own life, like, really emphasized his absolute hatred for Karen, which I still don't understand. Like, I wish someone would ask him, why do you hate her so much? What did
Courtney on the stand. Huh? They should put Courtney on the stand. Like, not use Proctor, they use his friends and his sister and be like, this is what you've done, is you've involved your friends and your family in your stupidity.
Yeah. But I just wish they would ask it. Like, somebody needs to ask him. Like, I just don't understand why he hates her with all of his might. Like, it doesn't make any sense. He didn't know her. And he hated her, like, almost immediately. I mean, that makes no sense. First of all, is he that influenced as a police officer where other people talking shit to him about her made him just despise and resent her? That makes no sense. And as far as we know, there's no history between the two of them. So I don't understand why he hates her so much. It's bizarre.
Well, he'd do well on YouTube social media.
Oh, he's a fucking weirdo. He's probably going to have to now. That's probably the only way he'll make
Just
any
fucking
money.
hate people just because you want to hate people.
He's not going to be a police officer, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Asian house people are on there. I do know that the ones that got a bit by Chloe are there, are on the list, but I just don't know. I don't know who they're going to call.
Yeah, I don't either.
I'm looking at who else. Like Michael Morrissey's on here. Would I love to see that? Fuck yes, but that's probably not going to happen.
Could you imagine Morrissey having to take the stand?
Dude,
that guy would be sitting there sweating so fucking bad. Like
if he got up there, I would be so shocked. Like shocked. I mean, I would be shocked into sight. I would be speechless, and I'm not often speechless. I would die. I would like fall out of my chair. Lesser reactions. That's totally true.
No, Indiana girl, I do not believe that he is following this sequestration order at all.
Oh, please.
Who's on the stand now? Nobody.
This is not the new trial.
This is trial 1.0. This is Brian Higgins' testimony. The Karen Reed case 2.0 is not in session today. So we are watching last year's testimony of people that are not testifying or we don't believe are testifying this year. So that anybody who wants to revisit it or anybody who didn't watch the first trial can see them. This is Higgins. I don't know. I would never be cheating on John with this fucking fool. I can tell you that. Where's ATS? She's got my back.
Oh, I remember. Okay, I remember, and then we'll move on. He said, well, right? And he said it was kind of like a flirty text, which A, clearly it's not flirty. I mean, how stupid. But B, so you're saying that you sent her what you felt to be a flirty text while she's at the bar with your friend? Like, you could have said that the well was like, I was just like messing around with her because she came in and she said hi to everyone but me, right? You could have said that. Not that it's flirty. It's just she ignored me and she said hi to everybody else. So it was like a funny, like, well, like, why does everybody else get a hello and not me? Right? Instead, he says that it was a flirty text. So you sent what you thought to be a flirty text on purpose in front of your friend.
Yeah, you a shady boy. Shady. You are. Shady. And you got no game. That is not a good flirty text. Your flirting skills are very bad. Very, very bad. It's no wonder you're single.
Oh, for real. I mean, for real. All right. Are we going to skip through the texts? And I'll just give everyone the PDF. Like, do we really got to listen to this for a fourth time?
I think that, well, I think so, but I think
we
should
really?
I think you got to listen to him do it. The impact is different when he's doing it. Indiana girl, my thought on that is that don't forget you have Gallagher. You have Gallagher who goes to 34 Fairview with no dash cams, no ring camera, no nothing, no prompting by anybody because he's told it's 32 Fairview. Even though he's told the wrong address, he still goes to One Meadows for no reason. And then goes to the police station. So, don't forget.
If we read it, if we listen to him read it, I'm speeding it up, bro. I cannot listen to it in slow motion.
My God, criminality, I love you. I love you too. one can conclude, they can see that it's possible something else happened other than KR hitting him, that it is reasonable doubt and not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, that's how I feel. But do we have a jury, like somebody said up in chat, that after the last jury in this case, and then after jury in other cases, we have no freaking clue. And I've said every time we watch this, I don't have any idea what this jury is going to be thinking, because we have so much more information that they don't, that we see things in testimony going, wait a minute, that's not true. This is true. This is what you said last time. This is what you're saying this time, that this jury doesn't see. So how do they perceive everything happening?
I don't know. Ronnie, the juror, scared me to death. So I really don't know.
The fact that the jury didn't understand that you had to have a verdict for 3 different counts, and thought for whatever reason that you had to have a unanimous on all 3 counts, just really gives me no faith that anybody understands our criminal justice system, whether Bev explained it correctly or not. I struggle with that. Why would I have to have a guilty or a not guilty on every single thing that they gave me before I could tell them? I just don't see it.
The problem for me was him saying, well, we didn't really think he was hit by a car, but John was there and Karen was there. So, and John died. So Karen probably hit him. And I thought, what? How bizarre.
How bizarre.
How absolutely bizarre.
All right, let's play this bad boy so I can see some of it before I have to leave.
Okay.
And so from this time that you're in the house, do you recall any sort of conversation about within the group as far as what was going on?
Objection.
Do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation, and
Objection.
Just that.
okay.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, from the time that you arrived there later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that point?
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset. Those would be the reasons.
Do you recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
Yes,
No, I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now, at some point, a few days following this, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as you mentioned, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink. But I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also, that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands, I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Now, when you met with him on this day, do you recall specifically what day it was?
No.
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right, or if you know?
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe, and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
And how did you, in what sort of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies, and I believe that the format would be, the way to categorize it, screenshots.
And how is it that you sort of generated these from your phone?
I consulted a coworker, who's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. What is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
And why was it that you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with the troopers?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
Now, with reference to either or both of those communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
Nothing.
So as far as the material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
There was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
No. Exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic, if you recall?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Oh, so I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, are these, I would say in sum and substance, he said, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant, from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when I captured everything is exactly, it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
And as far as when you provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications with?
the defendant.
Can I approach them?
Yes.
Almost introduce in a minute.
No objection.
Okay. So we'll do them separately, please, so that the first 12-page one.
And sir, if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Wednesday, November 24th.
And in general, can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
He basically, it's kind of hard to read, I apologize, but it looks like he's just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, pal? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?"
So he's out, he's trying to see where you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the last page within those documents you have before you. So with reference to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch the Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th and the 29th? How long before?
So it was the 16th.
So
Might have been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
so that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, we're the text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Now, in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, where you used to live in Canton, where was that, or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, "Do you want me to clear the driveway for you?"
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you had offered to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that, had the two of you had any conversation, or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes. A number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half at the house. Do you want to come by? Things like that. Yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up on it this time and went over?
Well, I felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself and then also from the defendant independently.
Now, in reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season, do you recall, like, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
And so if you recall that evening, about what time was it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when you got?
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran, never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother. And then
Oh, he's on the new witness list.
John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
And the defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
You feeling guilty there, Higgy?
Yes.
And as far as the Currans are concerned,
Seems like he's-
are those people you're familiar
Seems like
with?
he's got heartburn.
He got a little choked up talking about John's nephew.
Yeah.
Then how do you know that?
Again, the hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
How well did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was
John-
there. Had you
Yes,
ever met
he
him
did.
before?
No.
Drove himself drunk home after being at John's house, doesn't remember half of it, and doesn't even know if he broke the controller or not. So, yeah, and then he drove himself home drunk from John's house.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his nephew while you were there?
I'll allow it.
We were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. Specifically, there's text that exchanged between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
Mr. Lally, on this last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the middle of the page.
Can you repeat that again?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to read. I apologize.
So I would direct your attention to right about there where it says Sunday, January 16th. You see that?
Yes.
And that indicates about 9:33 in the morning.
Yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you could indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying it.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning, but I'm not sure who was saying that.
And what, if any, other communication is there later on in the same chain?
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit? And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that
And then
to the conversation?
it appears to be it. Yes.
Then the next conversation begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
Yes.
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with three, followed by 3 question marks?
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before, you never responded to that text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
Never again, no.
Can I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Presenting before you now a separate series of documents of 118 pages in length. Page number just for your references on the side there. In general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to move to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No, not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Higgins, first, Your Honor, may I request permission to publish it here on the screen?
Yes.
Starting with page number 1. Still. Now, Mr. Higgins, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
So initially you received a text on that date from an unknown number, is that correct?
Yes.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right, which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other bubbles will be Ms. Reed, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the Weed Whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you? Or
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
And how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker. And I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 6 within that exhibit before you. So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen. And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, haha, how did you get my digits? Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lido show. I said, haha, I thought you creeped John's phone. I said, haha, again. Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what, with a bunch of question marks? I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question mark? And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
Now, as far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Lido show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
Now, if I could direct your attention to page 9. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 9. And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes and just indicate whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, I'd prefer a weed whacker. I responded, that's the thing about nicknames. Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. And I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month, 19 to 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
And as far as either one of those trips that you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers. There may have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16, and Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And this is on that same date of January 13th, is that correct?
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page of communication as far as who was speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant said, no, you're not a creep. I said, nope. She said, you're kind of a loner, which I used to be. I responded, no, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out? And then I typed circle of trust in quotes.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17. And again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who is talking.
So the defendant said, yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young. And I responded, he died in March of 2020. I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, no one No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? I responded, cancer. Defendant responded, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind? I responded, long brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. In the blue bubbles is me. I said, you're funny. Defendant responded, yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. I responded, don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Then I said, who chats? ? Defendant responded, life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. I responded, that's all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. Defendant responded, you and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door. I said, oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now. And then I believe it starts to say out of rotation, ? I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, I just got a Saturday invite. The defendant said, did you say yes? ? I said, not yet, with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, what did you say, Mr. Elusive? I responded, no, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Ha, I'm shy. The defendant responded, we prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you. And I said, ha.
Now, sir, is that the Saturday night that's being referenced there? Is that the same night that you had gone over to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that page.
The defendant said, John said Brian's being wishy-washy now, in quotes. I responded, ha. Did you tell him you texted me? The defendant responded, no. And then I gave a thumbs up. Then I said, you cranky now, ? Defendant said, ha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few? I don't know. All of them, ? They all want to hang out with single people. And then I said,
And sir, if I could ask you to read from that page.
In blue is going to be myself again. Foul ball. Defendant responded, you stink. I said, you suck and you're double trouble. Defendant responded, you're hot. I responded, are you serious or messing with me? Defendant responded, no, I'm serious. I responded, failing is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Defendant responded, are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here. I responded back, I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. And then it starts to say, defendant said, rather you stay here.
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's house.
I believe it was that night.
Now, at Mr. O'Keefe's house on that particular evening, do you recall how you came into the house?
I believe it might have been the front door.
And if you know about how long were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Now, before you went out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way. I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me,
And how did she kiss you?
not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes,
Like a romantic kiss?
that's the way I interpreted it.
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house, if you know?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have. I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Is that something that you were expecting?
No.
And about how long was it between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
Oh, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27. Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning? ? Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? ? Hello? And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a ? on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that conversation, as far as you asking her about why she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before when we were at the waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once. And during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on. And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out, or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
And sir, if I could direct you to the next page, page 28. And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
So I'm in the blue bubbles. Shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your shore.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 29. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know, you're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, ? Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a ? Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty? I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? ?
And sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page, 31, and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah, I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? Then I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
That she wanted me to come over?
And if I could turn your attention to the next page, 32. If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? ? Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? ? I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? ? Defendant responded, I asked you, ! I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 33.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? ? Defendant responded, where are you? ? I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? ? I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? ? Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? ? I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said, come over my house. I responded, when? ? Defendant said, when works for you? I said, whoever, and then whenever. When works for you? ? The defendant said, I asked you first. I responded, I think you're messing with me. Defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight, with some type of face. I responded, me too, balls in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight.
And the last or second to last blue bubble down the bottom, starting with "Are you glad?" Do you see that?
Page 35?
Yes.
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad you walked me out? Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with like semicolon, some type of a mark there. Are you? Question mark. And I said, DEF for definitely.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 36, and if you could please read from that.
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes. And then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted, we kissed, comma, right? Question mark. So then I put a question mark on her question and said, is this a trick question? Defendant said, I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house, with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this. Defendant responded, I live here, but I have property in Mfield. I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. I responded, you started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number? And it says each out to me. It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, still have not told me.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, 37, and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, sorry, should I not have? I responded, I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. Defendant said, you're mad at me? I said, OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly. Defendant said, I told you, exclamation point. I just think you're like me and I'm attracted to you. And then she said, a lot. I responded, feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming. Defendant said, why? Question mark. I responded, because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. Defendant responded, I was, but things have deteriorated.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 38.
I said, why? Question mark. How so? Question mark. What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? Question mark. Defendant responded, it is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. I responded, he seems very into you. Defendant responded, I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it. I said, that's cute. She wasn't suspicious? Question mark. Defendant responded, no, she's great. I responded, does she know you like me? Question mark. Defendant responded, she's a sweetie. We just agreed you are great, with another smiley type face. Defendant said, yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. I responded, are you breaking up or staying together? Defendant responded, I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. I responded, when was that and how did you find out he hooked up? Question mark. I don't want to complicate your situation. Defendant responded, we went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I responded, it does matter.
Now, as far as that indication that she made to you, either through text communications or in person, did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
This was something that she brought up not only in the text communications with you, but in person in communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, There was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 41, and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles and I said, did they bang? Question mark. The defendant responded, does that matter? Question mark. I said, sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. Defendant responded, it doesn't really matter. I said, okay, I won't ask again. Defendant said, I don't care, with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I responded back, okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Defendant responded, okay. I responded, why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? And then I typed thong. Defendant responded, I'm not. I am, question mark. I responded, you're kind of getting defensive. Defendant responded, not at all, with an exclamation point.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 46.
Defendant is in gray. She said, we did kiss earlier, comma, no, with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble, I think you initiated that, no, question mark. Defendant said, yep. Do I owe you an apology? Question mark. I said, OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive? Defendant responded, I'm not. I responded, kinda. There's a P and a FFT, never. Responded by the defendant. What do you want from me? Question mark. I responded, what's on the table? Question mark. Defendant said, what do you want ideally? Question mark. I responded, the real deal. Defendant responded, it doesn't exist.
If I could direct your attention to page 57, sir, and ask you to read from that.
It starts off in blue. I said, I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom and Bedford are down to the Cape. Defendant responded, which base down the Cape? Which branch? I said, Army's Army. Defendant said, I'm not abnormally sensitive. I responded, Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Defendant responded, OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I responded, I was just playing with you. Defendant responded, you weren't, but that's okay. I responded, stop being sensitive, please. Defendant responded, I'm not.
Now, sir, in reference, in that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape, is that right?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to where you live in Barnstable County?
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between two different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that shop?
I believe so.
If I could direct your attention to page 60. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, I don't know, question mark. It's in old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms, with kind of an emoji. I responded, more than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? Question mark. Defendant said, I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. I responded, a lot, why? Question mark. Defendant respond. I then said, do you even know what you want? Question mark. Or who? Question mark. Defendant responded, because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids. I responded, I thought you were in this happy relationship. Defendant responded, everyone is happy at the hillside.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 61, and ask you to read from that.
So it starts off with the defendant. It said, everyone is happy at the hillside, exclamation point. I responded, oh God, you avoid things. Defendant responded, it's just very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I responded, I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Defendant responded, well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I responded back, I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. Then I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids.
If I could ask you to turn to the next page, 62, and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids. Defendant responded, I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me. I responded, what did he exactly do? ? Defendant responded, I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids with an emoji. I responded, why don't you tell me? ? Defendant responded, he was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. I responded, oh God, did they bang? Defendant said, so I was the kids celebrating New Year's, I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said, was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere, without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose. I responded, you clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you. Defendant responded, yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. I responded, or began to respond, you can vent, babe. Defendant said, basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin and sometimes it's thankless. I responded, Defendant responded, you probably felt that way too. I responded, I did at times. It was 1, not 2, thankfully. Defendant responded, want to grab a drink? ? I responded, if you gave me some notice, I could have. Defendant responded, you in capital letters said you were adaptable. I responded, I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? Defendant responded, that sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way.
Now, as far as her invitation, is that something that occurred on one time or more than one time?
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already recounted, as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury, were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 74. Ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, are you single? ? I responded, yes. Defendant said, I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? ? I responded, you getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me? ? Defendant said, and on vacay and probably a few other occasions. I responded, you didn't really beg. Defendant said, I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? ? I responded, why would I have thought you had any interest in me? ? Usually do it when they do live with someone. And then I said, do not do it. Defendant responded, maybe, maybe not.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct you to page 77.
I said, I could go on, but I do not want to pump, it should say, your shit up too much. Defendant responded, thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside. I responded, you know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. The defendant responded, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me soft.
Did you say something?
I said pause it real quick. I was just going to type it in the chat anyway. I have to run, so I will be back as soon as I can. If you need me beforehand, just send me a message in Messenger.
Okay.
Okay.
Have fun.
Oh, yeah. I got popsicles.
Popsicles. I hope they're the good kind and not the kind that don't really taste like much.
No, I got the like the strawberry, banana, orange, and pink swirly ones. Yeah, they're yummy.
That sounds good.
So off to second grade. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
With an emoji of somebody throwing up. I responded, what? Defendant responded, yeah, he has cameras everywhere, you cops, with another emoji. I responded, Jesus. Defendant said, he's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? Question mark, question mark.
He thought he was caught, and he got all bent out of shape.
And I said, OMG, great. I responded, I don't need drama, dude. Defendant said, no, it's fine. I responded, seriously? Defendant said, I'm serious.
Not for nothing, but if you didn't need drama, then why did you text her in the first place? You could have ignored her like you did when she said John's dead.
With an exclamation point. I said, you legit planted one on me. Defendant responded, I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, so your slick move isn't on there with some question marks? Defendant responded, course not. I responded, oh my God. And then I said, I almost, an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, it was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and gay Jeff too. I responded, yeah, weak. I agree.
Now, as far as cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house, is that something that you were aware was there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 79.
Defendant said, LOL, funny. I responded, so now he is jealous of me, question mark. Defendant said, no, with an exclamation. I told you, he likes you a lot. I said, which makes this worse, question mark. Defendant said, you said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I responded, I think he's a good dude too. Defendant responded, yeah, he is. I responded, funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse it should say the shit out of yourself because I'm a lot of fun.
Now, sir, the he that you're referring to in those text communications, who was that, just for clarity?
John O'Keefe.
And if I could direct your attention to page 84. And I should read from that page, sir.
I said, it was fun. Defendant said, I've complimented you today too, with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, and kicked my nuts in. Defendant said, OMG, how? I responded, if I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere, so I'm all set with that's, and then I said in quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool, so right now I'm asking again with some type of I think it's a smiley face. I responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why, question mark. The defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it up. Defendant responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset, and then said, been through. Defendant said, what am I avoiding? ? I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up.
Silly
I
rabbit.
responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that? ? I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir? ? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? ? Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
And if I could direct your attention to page 99.
Defendant said, none of that is true! ! I'm not talking to other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is John. I responded, was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? ? What do you want from me? ? Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Sir, if I can now direct you to page 102.
Defendant said, my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? ? Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded, okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me? ?
If I could direct your attention to page 107.
Defendant said, at a bar? ? I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Defendant said, probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will a drink. Looks like I tabbed the bubble with a ? I then said, what do you drink? ? Are you out now? ? Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th when the defendant had come over your house in West Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
This page that you just read, as well as some of the successive pages after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston?
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk about?
It was kind of more of this. It was a kind of a, wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, you know, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, you know, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of their relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked. And it was just a weird experience. It was, I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Now, that evening or at any other point, in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, however you want to term it, was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you've described occurring as she walked you out that night you were over Mr. O'Keefe's house for the patrons?
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to at my residence when she stopped by, it was just, I was very uncomfortable, and it's just an uncomfortable situation. Just a weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
And lastly, sir, lastly, as it applies to this, turning your attention to the last page, number 118. And there's a couple different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
There is.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, ? Defendant said, with talking, ? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond. And I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd. I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well.
That's from you to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the next text communication is the following day or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is speaking in that communication and what is said?
That is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No.
And did you have any other communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
No, I have not.
Sir, if I could, a couple more questions for you, taking you back on the early morning of January 29th, when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview and then you were leaving from Fairview, if I could turn that sort of portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, do you recall that?
I do.
About how much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview where there is a flagpole and a fire hydrant?
I do know where that is, yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away?
Yes.
Well, I might have been I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside the curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street, or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and that's kind of it's a one-lane street, so to speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so just pulled out into the street, drove away.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
I'll see you for 1 minute over here at Sidebar before we begin. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Okay. We're going to cross.
Presence there when you arrived.
I can't recall specifically.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
Who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you, who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
Who are you, random sir?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay, without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes,
Did you meet with him during the break? Again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
yes, I did.
Okay. And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No,
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
one.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half
In person or over the phone?
in person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Well, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to state police.
Your Honor, may we approach? Mr.
Hmm.
Yes.
Sounds like we never got that.
Other than that piece of mail that you handed to Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Have you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairfield Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format, so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain,
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes,
In June of 2023, right?
yes,
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
Tragedy,
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
horrible tragedy, yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did, to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. The friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes,
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
yes,
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes.
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
Yes.
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those 2 bay doors at your leisure.
Well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right. But the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what, back in January of 2022, probably had that office for more than what, 3 years?
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018, okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years, 2018.
No, 2018. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies.
So, yeah, maybe close to 4 years.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
Am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am. A special agent. Yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Basically, you got the desk boy.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's,
You're taken out of the field?
was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer in the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained, let's move on.
Why?
We may be able to come back to this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to turn your attention now to January 28, 29 of 2022. You recall those dates?
I do.
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
Like a nightmare.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
Funeral service. Yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial. You separate the two.
So, well, the wake would be the night before funeral. I call them the services. It
All right.
wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services.
Understood.
Just want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez. Is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday parties, for instance.
Yes.
Go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise.
Retirement parties. Yes. Things like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together.
Yes.
Might share a meal together, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community.
Could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do.
You're pretty good friends with, as a matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
Yes.
You know his brother and work with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
Well, I think that comes with working with people. Yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz, yes.
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
Yikes.
Did
That
you
was a
say
joke.
that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
You will agree that some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
Break bread together, have meals together?
Absolutely, had lunch.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Yes.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, you met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes,
Could you rephrase it?
sure. Is it true that you testified, answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay, so my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized. Absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the questions. I get it.
There's
That's
some
fine.
secrets, sir.
You also know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez. before
Objection,
you
Your
ever
Honor.
knew-
Ask the question.
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes.
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
Yes.
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your
Brian
Honor.
Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a Christmas party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to that form. You can be specific.
Have you ever been at an event with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
And
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
okay, the objection sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked in a formal interview, do you recall, I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony at a prior proceeding. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that,
Okay.
the formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was
Objection.
quote, a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
Where's my sound? Dun,
May I inquire?
Yes.
dun,
Your Honor.
dun,
You're
dun,
also
dun, dun,
relatively
dun,
close
dun.
friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years.
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally. Is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out
I-
to bars with him. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside. Is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson and ginger. Jameson is a Irish whiskey,
It is.
and ginger is ginger ale.
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking.
He was
something?
drinking something.
Okay, alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you. Finish it, get another round.
I don't think we. No, I wouldn't say we were going round for round.
So he was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would have taken. Say that again.
He was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons? What you said?
No, he was probably. Maybe he had more beers than I had.
Oh, so he had more. That's what he was saying. If you had 4, did he have at least 4 or more?
Jameson's is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Maybe.
Oh,
He
now-
wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to
All that means is that he drank them really quickly.
drink a beer, does it? I mean, if you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry,
Is that a question?
everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume
Well,
that.
all right. So
Well, that wasn't, so.
Let's,
Question.
yes, Mr. Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking, you decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day and I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Yes.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PD district down there in Charlestown. And I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else.
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well.
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did. Yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I
Yes, a
describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted back, I agree,
Figure of speech.
or the truth, right?
Figure of speech.
Or the truth.
After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them, you exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed. Is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After that incident, yes, after the Patriots game,
Okay. Yep.
you exchanged flirtatious texts
We did.
with Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, a couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th, she didn't respond. And the 29th, she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those
actually,
weren't,
You've looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? Almost a
Well,
week.
I think the text,
Almost a
I think the
week.
text on the 29th, John died, there's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting, I'm talking about
So then why didn't you answer, sir?
after you said, well,
Yep.
28th, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
Like, you don't know the exact day she answered last. Come on. Sir,
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right there.
sir, you
May I
know,
approach?
Yes.
we know, you know.
Okay, are you directing me to the 23rd?
I'm directing you to the last page. Just look at everything on it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. This is the last substantive text about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay?
Yes.
So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, CH, we're on the cross.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another,
Do you mean intimate when you say physical?
correct?
Yes.
I'm not talking about shaking a hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well, I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to too. You didn't have any physical intimate contact with Miss Reed, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex.
No,
And when she said, "I'm glad you came over tonight," in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago, she was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
yes,
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express,
Right.
yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes,
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal, correct?
it was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, "I don't care too much about that other girl," right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right. She said something along the lines of, "I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect." Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her. Were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times. You
Yes.
saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, "Why won't you answer the question?" And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
Right. And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her.
Not for nothing, but when you responded to the text in the first place, you put yourself in the middle of everything.
Romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like,
Boy, you
"Why
lied.
did you get my number and reach out?" That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, "Now what?" Is that right?
Yes,
You texted, "So now what?" Correct?
yes,
You texted, "I would hang out," meaning with you,
yes,
correct? You were showing interest in her.
yes.
You were showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out was her interest in me legitimate? It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay.
Sir.
When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Sir.
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean,
Well,
it's kind of hard
yeah.
to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins, well, not if both people are dating other people, right?
Oh.
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client.
you do.
Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted,
I thought she was an
was.
attractive woman.
romantically attracted.
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree.
Bro, come on. Are you telling me you wouldn't buy her flowers? Come on.
agree with that.
Of course, you're not going to go there because that would put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
Objection.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained is
But it sure would though.
to the form. You can ask
He's not going to admit he fell in love with her.
it differently, and that answer will be stricken
I'm
now.
sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
It's not stricken from my mind. Neither is this look right here.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Okay? Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said, you're hot.
Okay. So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you said you were
100%.
not going to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay.
Duh.
You were saying things
And the fact that you didn't just answer that, you look so suspicious.
like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
Mhm.
And the real deal with you would be to date her,
Mhm.
to get involved with her, romantically,
You're
correct?
in love with
No.
her. Marry her.
The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Like a relationship.
What kind of relationship?
Okay.
A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like
The same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
a romantic
I was gonna say. I was gonna say it. I didn't know that's what he says next, but I was gonna say like a romantic relationship, sir.
relationship, Mr. Higgins?
It's possible.
And she was answering
A real relationship.
like a romantic relationship, Mr. Higgins?
It's possible.
It's possible.
And she was answering with things like, when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know, correct?
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now
I love that he says what. Now what?
what?
What
Correct.
chicken butt?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10
Yeah,
minutes
you
ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
you were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well?
Mhm.
Okay.
Right? Did you text something like,
Or maybe you gave portions of it to the police.
now what? And she
I-
responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay.
Well,
And
look,
you remember you just read a text where she texted, I'm sorry, you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again,
You know it
with
was.
this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say
Bro, you knew she was being non-committal. That's why you asked her over and over and over and over and over and over again what she wanted.
she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were
She was
going to advance
non-committal.
this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
Oh, Higgins.
When you texted, you want the real deal, she responded, it doesn't exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed
Joanne.
anger or hatred toward John O'Keefe, correct?
No, not at all.
Matter of fact, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw, she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, the 29th when she told you John was dead. Yeah.
Do you know what the term ghosted means?
Oh, you were ghosted.
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
That was frustrating to you, that she just stopped communicating, wasn't it?
No, not at all.
You'd been moving through this mindset.
Well,
Of exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful woman, thought was interested in you, just like that.
He's not that beautiful.
It was done, right?
No.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you
I agree.
that a
Steve.
tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry,
that.
Your Honor.
Well, to be fair, he is playing games. He refuses to admit that he was the one that was ghosted. And the way he's doing that is by saying, but she did text me back, though. She did text me. She texted me on the 29th. And I didn't respond to her. So really, I ghosted her. What a freak.
After the 23rd, or up to the 23rd, she had been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because from the 23rd,
What does he mean? Well, John passed away. Is he saying like she had no reason to text him because John had passed away? Because he can't be meaning that like she was like he thought she was tore up about the fact that John had passed away, because he never like reached out to offer her any condolences or anything. He didn't react at all. So that's weird. He does say John passed away. Notice he says John passed away and not John was hit by a car. And he also doesn't say John was murdered or John was killed, just that he passed away.
onto the 24th,
Like his sister passed away. You know what I mean?
25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, all the way to the 29th, she never texted you, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts.
Did you show her your tiny?
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
Mr. Higgins, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Ms. Reed the days leading up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
They lagged.
As a matter of fact, you reached out to her in an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you,
So then you reached out to her with no intention of the conversation starting back up again? So shut up. You sound
texted
stupid.
her stranger, didn't you? About once or twice.
Stranger.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, at, this is a page from what you've just seen.
So he needs the.
I'm sorry. Something that was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you. Just a second. Easy to
Maybe
find.
that should just stay with Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page. Report permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at, the last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
At the very top, could you read what you write in the blue bubbles, starting at the top?
Haha, stranger, stranger.
And then what was the response from Ms. Reed?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond with that one?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
You were
Then
ghosted.
on the 23rd, she did respond with phone works, correct?
In the arrows, like both ways.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
And how did she respond?
She said, we're talking? No.
So what does that mean with talking no? Does that mean like, okay, like I was all set, meaning you showed me your tiny pecker and I didn't like it, so I don't want to talk to you like that, but I still want to talk and be friends. Is that what that means?
That's all I have for that.
Okay.
Bring the lights back up. So clearly with that last text, her response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no.
No, he didn't. I don't think. I almost think he was asked about that also.
Correct?
Yep, yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay. But you did read where she said with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
That's how I interpret.
And then you responded, how?
I said, are you sure?
Yeah, she's sure.
Did she respond?
No.
Because you got
Matter of
ghosted.
fact, the next time you saw or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, going into the early morning of the 29th with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Miss Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Do
So
you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Oh, that's so weird.
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share
Oh,
that with
that's
her.
so
And that was with,
weird.
That was the first time.
That was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th.
Yes.
That's
Um,
weird.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your
No court today because it's hot outside.
boss.
No, what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at
Who
any
does
point?
that?
No.
Never.
No.
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Reed.
Folks, please do not tell your boss if you've been kissed or went on a date. Don't tell them anything like that.
I'm sorry, with Mr. Reed, with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up.
No.
Even though he's a good friend.
Yeah, I don't
Yes,
believe you.
just something I wouldn't talk about.
You've been drinking
Yeah.
since
So
about
wait.
what time?
So you would talk about it with your boss, but you wouldn't talk about it with your good friend? That doesn't make any sense.
What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 28th, when you got back from New York. When did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
And what time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I couldn't say. It was after the hillside.
Before Brian Albert left Hillside, did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the Waterfall?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the Hillside to go to the Waterfall?
Well, I think, as I previously testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day, that I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have it.
So for all of those same exact reasons, then why didn't you spend the night at Canton Police Department if you had previously done that before and had a place to sleep and all that? It had been a long day. The weather was really bad. You had been drinking. Why didn't you just sleep there?
Anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the Waterfall?
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Honestly, I would not put it past you, sir, to be like tracking her on her phone.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the Waterfall?
I don't recall. He told me about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the waterfall or who was expected to come to the waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was
Yeah.
playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen.
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated.
No,
You had had several drinks before you even got to the waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did you drink additionally at the waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey,
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately, you left from there in your personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep, drove
The Jeep,
over to the
yes.
waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the waterfall.
I'm
I
sorry.
was at the waterfall.
Left the waterfall, drove over to 34 Fairview.
I did, yes.
When John walked,
Here's another question. Why didn't you, before going to 34 Fairview, stop at the police department to move the vehicles?
in to the waterfall, were you already there?
Yes,
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him,
Yes.
but she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that in different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No,
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
yes.
She ignored you.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing once she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you.
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe, or
Why didn't you go over to her and say hi? Because you felt uncomfortable because she ghosted you?
friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No,
So she paid
Objectively,
attention to you. Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those three things?
Hug, what was the other
Did she
thing?
say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug?
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I
Yep.
think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
Sir, your texts are
Did she ignore
dramatic.
you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was
What
work.
interaction with you?
Can I answer now?
Sure.
She, in my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
Everyone but you?
The one person she didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to. Yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel
Oh.
that way. No.
Sir.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night. No.
Did
I
that
don't know.
upset you?
Very
Did she
seriously.
ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
Did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
Mhm.
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough
In what world is well flirtatious?
to send her a text that said, with 6 M's behind it,
Okay.
and well,
Like,
Correct.
well,
Well-
why are you ignoring me? Well, are you going to say hello?
Wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
just well, like a well in the ground.
No.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, we
I
do, but
think
you're not
you do too,
admitting it.
sir. You meant, well, when are you going to pay attention to me?
Yep.
No, that's not correct.
Well,
Yes.
why are you ignoring me?
Yep.
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Yep.
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
Oh my God, did you hear the smile on Bev's face just there? The whole room knows that all of those things are exactly what the well was.
At the end of the night, the group basically discussed going back to Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text too, didn't she?
Yes, she did. She didn't ignore
Can you say that
it.
again?
When you texted her,
He's gonna be like, maybe her service wasn't great inside the waterfall. Maybe she didn't see it. Like he wasn't gonna be watching her to see if she checked it and saw it as soon as he sent it.
well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her. Yes.
Okay,
She didn't respond.
that wasn't my question.
What,
My
what,
question is she ignored the text, correct?
well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text,
He's like, sir. The more you drag this on, we are all laughing at you. Just say it so we can move on. We all know what it meant.
or she didn't see it. I don't know.
Oh.
I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
Good God.
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got it. So when everybody was leaving, did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes,
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave
Waterfall.
the waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if you're the, if everybody's herding out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview with, certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No.
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
No.
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that? An
No.
acknowledgement, did you?
No.
You just left.
Well, that's what everybody was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too, correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew that at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation, and I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No.
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe,
12:20.
you coming here, correct?
At 2:20,
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were to getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
No, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you did text John.
Yes.
You've indicated that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with the plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
It was a sweep of the driveway. Yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final time so it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with the court's permission, Exhibit 66?
Okay.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview, not a photograph. Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in Exhibit 66?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
Do you see the mailbox, which is about right there?
Yes.
Okay. Where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there, you would have been about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep. Where a laser pointer is, it would be the front.
Okay, so the front of the Jeep is facing the flagpole.
towards Chapman Street, correct.
And the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion?
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay. You indicated the plow was a 6-foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8", 6
6'8",
foot,
meaning the width.
meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like,
2 foot, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Okay,
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
okay. And it's obviously curved and
Curved.
canted to the right?
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like, I guess I'm picturing in my mind, I don't know that I've ever seen one, that the front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
How is the plow positioned as it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving straight locally, where you're not going to have to worry about overheating the Jeep, I would just have the Jeep the plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating. So I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night?
So
How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
it was straight and straight on.
All right. When you walked into 34 Fairview, you indicated that there were people congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There was some people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I believe there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the door for most of the evening.
I was like I would describe it as diagonally across from him and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point, you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with Brian Albert alone to go to a different room.
Yes, and I think his wife, Nicole, might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
Well, when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of me. And, I knew it was going to be a short night there because I just wasn't going to, I'm not a beer drinker.
You've indicated in a prior testimony that you've never been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
When you say upstairs, like you're talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes, no.
Okay. You testified to that in a prior hearing. Is that right?
Yes,
In May of 2023.
yes,
And you said specifically, quote, "I've never been upstairs." Is that
yes,
right? All right. You understood when you gave that statement that you were under oath,
yes,
you were telling the truth,
yes,
same oath that you took here today, correct?
yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area. Is that right?
I believe that's where they were, yes.
So the only floor downstairs from the first floor would be what?
The basement,
And the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
the first floor.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos are on the first floor
Yeah,
and someone said, we went upstairs to look at those photos, where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people? Where would the people have to be to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos?
I'm not understanding the question.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins,
Yes,
the only floor beneath it is the basement,
okay.
and someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they have to be?
Well, who said they went upstairs?
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question, please.
If Brian Albert said you went upstairs to look at the photos, where would you have to be?
Objection.
Sustain.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room someplace in the house, right?
Yes.
And a gym.
I guess he called it a home gym
Where was that?
in the basement.
Had you ever been down to that basement before?
Yes, one time.
When was that?
That was during the twins' graduation party. Summertime.
Summertime before,
Summertime before. Yes.
summer of 2021?
Maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified
Or
that
could
you've
it-
never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, you do recall giving testimony at another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath
Yes.
in that proceeding. During the course of that proceeding, you were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask to somebody's brother in a pickup. I don't know if that was during.
All I'm asking you, Mr. Higgins, is did you say that? Did you say a tall, dark-haired male entered the house while you were there?
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes. And that was in reference to
Let me
somebody's
ask just a moment,
brother.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have, yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up, and you described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
Yes.
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house? Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So a male did come in the house that night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well, when you testified at the prior hearing, you were asked, so you saw someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else. Yes. End quote. That's what you testified to under oath, wasn't it?
Is that in reference to that?
What page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
Page 485, 486, I believe. Yes. If I may approach.
Yes.
Thank you.
Look at the top part of the highlighting. Mr. Higgins, do you have that in mind?
I do.
May I approach?
Yes.
You were asked the question, quote, did that male come inside the house? You answered, I believe he did. Question, so you saw someone else come? Answer, somebody else. Yes. Correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying
Mr. Higgins,
attention.
I realize that you want to explain your answer. I've asked you a very simple question. Was that your testimony in front of another proceeding?
Yes, it was.
At another proceeding, which you were under oath?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You also said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly. And it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls briefly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how long was the person in there roughly? And you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes. I mean, it was quick, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked what he looked like. And you said, I feel like they were a little bit taller. They had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came into the house at least briefly in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Approximately when in the timeline of events did that unidentified male enter the residence?
I don't know the time frame. It would have been while I was there.
When you gave your statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the residence at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
You were specifically asked by ADA Lally when you testified before the state court grand jury on April 28th, 2022, who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
No.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding, you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a crime to give materially false statements in that proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And that's the proceeding in which you admitted that there was a tall, dark-haired male who came in the house.
I
Yes
said
or no? Yes or no? Is that proceeding?
Can you answer that, yes or no?
No, I can't, Your Honor.
Next
Why
question,
not?
Mr. Jackson.
The quotations or the quotes that I just read you and that you just looked at,
Yes.
that was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
That's what was just read, and that's another page. Just take a look at that page and see if you see a date on it, the first page.
I see it, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's the date, sir?
June 1st?
2023?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the Albert residence in total? From the time you got there till the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1
Okay.
a.m.
And you indicated that you pretty much didn't say goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house,
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later, turn around, left.
As a matter of fact, at that same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of there, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
Except you didn't go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD
Right. So it wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home. You went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
to move vehicles, correct?
Well, let's talk about you leaving. You walked out the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes,
You walked down the driveway.
yes.
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point of the lawn to your right, correct?
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view. You could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
It's just basically a flat grassy lawn with a light dusting of white powder snow on it, right?
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah, you indicated that it wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there. Yes,
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
that's correct.
So I'm assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, correct?
I think we can both agree that it's not it wouldn't have been 3 feet now.
Right. So it would have been a light dusting of snow.
More snow than there was there.
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your Jeep?
From where the back of my Jeep was parked,
Correct.
maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's probably a bad question on my part. When you left the house, as you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard to down the driveway to get to your Jeep?
Short,
30 feet?
maybe.
Okay. During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No,
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
of course not.
Now, you get in your car and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street. The flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're a
Yes.
former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on a watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few degrees to the right, correct? That's what you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep.
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights.
Yes.
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes.
But there was a plow on the ground that scraped for a foot, right?
Yes.
So you picked it back up,
Yes.
looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated, and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up and I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road, yes.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn. Wasn't another car parked there.
No, I didn't. There was no vehicles in front of me, no.
It was the roadway was relatively empty.
There was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
Did that put you in a position of being a first responder?
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic, yes.
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigator, former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road, in the lawn, or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't
I
ask
would
you
have
if
done
you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because if there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
Where exactly did you go when you left 34 Fairview?
I went back to the Canton police station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34 Fairview, either home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory
That
about
is-
where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning.
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that morning?
What's the question?
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022,
Yes.
correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned,
I said administrative things.
you said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So when you say I went to Canton PD to do administrative work or administrative obligations, you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle, right?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Or either one. You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way, right?
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So you didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later,
I was
right?
more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play, parking lot with these cars in the middle of the night?
Not really.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
And we'll talk about the video in just a second. You entered the Canton Police Station through which door?
I believe it was the door to the right of the Sally Port as you come in the main entrance.
And you made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or? All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, if you went back to Canton PD at 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, you would certainly be in a position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
I mean, you would be inside the building, correct?
Yes.
With access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would have access to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have access.
You could see if there was any activity going on, any calls, call outs, things of that nature.
I didn't have access to that and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
You were able to monitor, you'd be in a position to monitor what was happening at the station around 1:30 in the morning when you were over there, correct?
No.
So how long did it take you to get home from Canton PD?
A little longer from after I moved the vehicles.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
You live alone?
I do.
You did then?
Yes.
What did you do when you got home?
I think I had something to eat, maybe a couple more drinks.
Then you went to bed?
Was either on the couch or in the bed watching the news.
In any of the prior testimony that you've given in this case, have you ever indicated, that you slept on the couch that night?
I don't know.
Well, you reviewed your testimony before you
Well,
testified.
those would be the two options.
Okay. I didn't ask you about your options. I asked you if you reviewed your testimony before you testified today.
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed your testimony previous to coming in here today, did you ever testify that you slept on the couch that night?
No, I slept in my bed, but I could have started somewhere else.
Did you ever testify in the previous hearing that you started somewhere else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch in any of your description about what you did when you went home that night?
Not that I recall.
As a matter of fact, what you did mention under questioning in a different hearing was that you may have gotten something to eat. You then went to bed, put your stuff on the nightstand next to your bed, correct?
That would be the routine, yes.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night.
No.
You were clear when you went to sleep in your prior testimony that you put both your work and your personal phone. You had two at the time, correct?
Yes.
A personal and a work cell phone, right?
Yes.
You put them both on your bedside table because that's what you do every night. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, yeah, it's right on my bedside.
I don't know that, I don't have a charging station.
Right, you said no, bedside. In other words, you keep your phone by your bedside, on your bedside table.
Usually.
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that you don't go on, you didn't go on social media because you don't have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't use Snapchat and you quote, don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Okay. Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m., that call was the one that woke you up.
Yes.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but 2 phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning at a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Take a look at those 2 documents and tell me if you recognize at least the top one. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
These are, you know what, I'm gonna, if it's okay with the court, maybe witness maintain those documents?
Sure.
Mr. Higgins, you see the document on the lower right. It has a page number or there's a numeric indicator 01770, in other words, 1770
On the lower right-hand corner?
in the red. Take a look at the one that's marked with the QQ.
I see it.
You've seen that document before, correct?
I think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was these were the records that were shown to you at a prior hearing.
Yes.
And you acknowledge that at least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
It has my name, my telephone number, correct?
And it indicates that on January 29th, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes.
In other words, Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looks like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that on the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert. Do you see that one?
Yes.
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds, correct?
I see that, yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records, from Brian Albert, you called him back, and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that right?
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in the hole, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's about this long, with the court's permission.
The court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, that's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No,
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
Sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it, no.
Now, when you were asked about this and you were shown these records, that prior hearing, you had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You have an iPhone at the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, that number for the reflecting those records is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
Yes.
You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning by a call from Chief Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When somebody calls you and you miss the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Is that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
If you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right? You miss a call from someone, it's not just going to automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application, then navigate to a contact, and then make a call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break it down.
Sure. In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call, you first have to unlock your iPhone.
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a 4 or 6-digit passcode, right?
Yes.
Don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or a 6-digit passcode locking your iPhone at the time?
I don't know if it was a digit code or Face ID.
Well, if you have a Face ID, you have to have a digit code as well, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your Face ID or a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
You also have to navigate, once the phone is unlocked, you have to navigate to the phone app, correct?
I don't know necessarily if you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there. I've never thought about it.
Once you unlock that phone app, you have to manipulate the phone on the screen with your finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Yes.
So that's 3 or 4 interactions with the phone that have to be physically undertaken to just make one call, right?
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
After you were shown these phone records at that prior hearing, in that hearing at least, you finally admitted that you did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered yes? And then there was a question.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of, I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes. And then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
It was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
You see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer.
Yes.
What's the question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure.
Thank you.
The bottom portion in pink. If you could read that answer to yourself, please. Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Some time to think about it?
Yeah.
I haven't really thought about it, no.
So for over a year, you haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what was so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
And why the 22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about what you did after you woke up on January 29th, 2022. That was obviously a memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
The very first person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's not my question.
Say that again?
Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
Was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
So of course you drove over to his house, you had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian Albert was in the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had access to him and others without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
That's correct.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? At 7:22 a.m. if you were.
I think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that right?
Yes, because he had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
Did you request from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No.
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
Absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
What you were trying to do?
No, Your Honor.
What did Chief Berkowitz tell you about his knowledge of John O'Keefe's body being found just after 6 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently.
Did you inform Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point that I saw John at the waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell him that your vehicle was parked just feet away from where John's body was discovered?
No, because I didn't know where he was discovered.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had a call at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
No.
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
No, I don't believe so.
So you told your boss and told her about a kiss, but you didn't tell your friend Kenny? Why not?
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before and that Miss Reed had ignored you?
Objection.
Sustain.
You indicated just a second ago that when I asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz that your Jeep was parked just feet away from where John O'Keefe's body was found, you said, I have no idea where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
That's correct.
You had just spoken with Brian Albert, right?
He said in front of the house.
All he said was John O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know, because your Jeep was also parked out in front of his house, your Jeep would just be feet away from him, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No.
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the chief of police of the Canton Police Department?
I'll let him have it.
No, I didn't. There was no reason to tell him.
You've been an investigator for some 15 years and you were a firefighter for years before that, correct?
Yes.
You're very familiar with some of the tools that are used in conducting modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree that searching electronic devices and phones is an incredibly important investigative tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Are you aware that searching electronic devices is an important part of investigations?
Objection.
Are you aware of that, sir? Do you agree with that?
I've utilized phone data during the course of my investigations at times, yes.
Okay, so another way to put that is obviously phone data and electronic data is an important part of investigation. Right?
Objection.
Sustain.
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time, but actually at any time.
No, I, to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct? On the 20.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So that's my point. I'm just trying to break it down.
You want to tell me every instance when somebody could have asked me.
Correct.
Okay.
On the 29th, where you asked whether or not your vehicle could be searched.
Searched or inspected? What do you mean?
Either one.
Well, I would consider a search the inside of the vehicle more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would have. I'm asking, did they ask?
No.
They didn't ask to search it. They didn't ask to inspect it.
No.
When you met with troopers, who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect your vehicle, otherwise search it?
Not to my recollection.
And to this day, nobody from Massachusetts State Police has ever indicated that they would inspect your vehicle.
No.
When you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay, so at some point, all the people that I just ticked off, they were all inside the house.
Brian
right?
Albert Jr., Nicole, Brian, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way, no.
Did each of you discuss your own perspectives about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
People were in shock at the table, trying to figure out what happened. The math didn't make sense. John and the defendant never showed up. People were in shock.
Trying to figure out what to say, right?
No,
And you were all talking within earshot of each other, right?
we were all there in the kitchen talking together.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend. These were friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form, you can ask it differently.
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jen McCabe?
Yes.
Jen McCabe had told you that she had information about something that Ms. Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did she tell you that morning?
She didn't specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was in shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard. No.
That'll stand.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
That she said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
What you reported was Karen said, I hope I didn't hit him. And you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said. No.
You're sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
It would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
No, I wasn't.
But you didn't go home and get some sleep or run errands. You went directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact, you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access to, and access inside the
Yes.
Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling this jury, you don't know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
So if the records indicate that you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, after 5,
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Brian Albert?
I don't remember.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak with Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert?
I don't believe so.
Let me see if you recognize. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a 167-page document. Just take a glance. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it and tell me if you recognize what that is.
So it says Canton Police, all events logged by day.
So don't read it out loud, please.
I'm sorry,
Just,
Laura.
do you recognize
Yes, I do.
it?
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
This appears to be a log of key swipes in and around Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And it's in reverse chronological order, in other words.
I didn't note that, but okay.
Okay. You acknowledge that that is a record of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around Canton PD, going through doors, every place that needs a key swipe is logged.
I would assume that's what that is, yes.
All right. It shows that you entered Canton PD for the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right? When you got there, you say to move your cars.
It's possible.
All right. It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
By the way, did Brian Albert ever mention what time the officers cleared the scene?
No,
Telling me the substance of the conversation. Did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
not that I recall, no.
But you remember by the time you got there, the scene had basically been cleared. There wasn't a bunch of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. I don't recall.
You're not sure about that either.
Sorry, I'm
Not
not
sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
100%, no.
Certainly were not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Same thing. Mr. Higgins, if you will, I'm sorry, are we ready? Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you'll look at Bates page 3015, which actually is in order, that's not reverse chronologically, it's the second to the last page. And you take a look at the 8th entry from the bottom.
I see it.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 1/29/22? This entry at least?
Well, I mean, I only, on that 8th entry, I see that that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right. It would be other individuals in Canton PD. I mean, this is the entire log for 129, right?
Okay, but what all I'm saying is that just my name is next to that. I don't see any other names, so,
Right.
okay.
So on 1/29/2022, I'm just trying to orient you. At 127 and 52 seconds,
I see it.
access granted, Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes,
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
yes.
If you look at page 2967, I'm sorry, I said it backwards, 2976.
Okay.
Take a look at.
So you said
time.
2976?
That's Bates page 2976. That's the bottom right-hand.
I
page.
see it, yes.
Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds.
923 and what?
39.
And that's on 2976?
Should be.
Give me the time again, please.
Why don't we do it this way? May I approach?
Yes.
This is an exact copy.
Yeah, this time's all over the place. My apologies.
That's
Okay,
fine.
all right, thank you.
At 9:23:39, I'm sorry, if you got that in mind.
I do, I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port to front exit, front entry to Sally Port, correct?
Yes,
There's only one Sally Port at Canton PD, correct?
yes, and there's a door on each side of the Sally Port.
Two
Yes,
bay doors, right?
2 bay doors on each side,
And
yes.
then there's a
Pass through,
personal pass-through door as well.
yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to try to speed this up just a bit because it's small print, reverse chronological order. On page 2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 92350, showing that you were granted access from booking to Sally Port as well, correct?
Okay, 2976, and what was the time?
Page,
Yes,
it's about maybe 6 entries above. 6 entries up. You'll look for time 9:23 and 50 seconds.
I see. Yes.
All right, and that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port and then from Sally Port to booking, correct?
Says booking to Sally Port to booking.
Okay, so that's a key swipe. You either entering into the Sally Port from booking or from booking into the Sally.
Yes.
Could you repeat the question?
Of course, of course. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
That indicate, I have no idea what the last question was. I'll see if I can make a new one up. At 9:23 and 50 seconds in the morning, you were granted access booking to Sally Port and Sally Port to booking, meaning swiped the key card in the door going from booking to Sally Port.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this because we could get bogged down into it all day long. Would you have any quarrel if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around Canton PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, et cetera? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
Well,
That doesn't refresh your recollection.
it would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times or dates.
Right.
Middle of the night, during the day. But just because I swiped in somewhere and then you have a swipe at the end of the day doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair enough. If we moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05, would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 11:52?
Could have.
Okay, come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right? Let's just look at 2905 because I want you to be comfortable. Page 2905, and let's look at that 2:05 and 56 entry.
I'm at 2905. Where would you like me to look?
About right there. Basically middle of the page. May I approach? Yes. This might be a little easier. Highlight it for you.
I see it.
Okay. So that would indicate that you were back at Canton PD at least 2:05:56, and you were granted access Sally Port to front door, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know. It's possible.
Okay.
I mean, I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
Understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
Do you remember Kevin Albert providing you any information about the ongoing investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Did you ask him about additional information concerning John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Were you providing details back to Brian Albert that you were receiving while at Canton PD?
Absolutely not, no.
Do you recall that 2 minutes after you cleared the call with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert?
It's possible.
So I think the question was, do you remember? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, there was a lot of phone calls made that day. It was an upsetting day. I spoke to multiple people at multiple times. I don't have a recollection. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just to close this loop, that appears to be your phone record, correct?
Yes.
And it appears that you made a call at 3:10 for 12 minutes with Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
3:10 plus 12 was 3:22, correct?
Yes.
You had cleared the call about 3:22, is that right?
Yes.
And then it shows a 3:24 phone call to Brian. Brian Albert then calls you at 3:24, correct?
Yes.
And you two speak for 6 minutes, is that right?
6 minutes, 5 seconds. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you made those calls?
I'm based on the record. Yes.
Was that just a coincidence that you were talking to Brian Albert and Kevin Albert within minutes of one another?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot going on that day. People were upset. And I don't remember the phone calls. I don't deny making the phone calls. I just don't remember them.
Do you remember providing information that you were learning from Kevin Albert to Brian Albert?
Absolutely not.
If you look just below those phone calls to Kevin Albert and Brian Albert, there's 2 additional phone calls that you had with Chief Berkowitz and then Brian Albert again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, it looks an awful lot like you're gleaning information from Canton PD. Were you doing that?
Objection.
So I sustain the objection in that form. You can ask one part of that question.
Sure. Were you getting any information from Canton PD?
No, I wasn't.
Did you provide any information to Brian Albert
No, I did not.
based on any conversations or conduct at Canton PD?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
But you were, in fact, on the phone with all of those interested parties throughout the day, you'll agree.
I was,
Answer that.
okay.
There's
Yes, Your
no
Honor.
objection. You can answer it.
Yes, they're friends and I was on the phone with them. Yes.
And sir, you were not on duty that day, correct?
No,
You are not a Canton police officer, correct?
that's correct.
You were not assigned to this investigation in any formal capacity, were you?
I was not.
As a matter of fact, you're a witness in a homicide investigation. That's your only role in this, correct?
That's correct, but they're still my friends.
And
Yes.
yet you're still having conversations with Kevin Albert at Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
Not about this.
And you're having conversations with Chief Berkowitz of Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
I had conversations with them, but not about this.
And
No.
you're consistently through the day calling Brian Albert, aren't you?
I had conversations with Brian Albert. John was found on his lawn. Yes, of course I had phone conversations with him.
I want to take you back for a second to a couple of other entries, including one at 3:57, one at 3:58, and one at 4:07. I'm going to draw your attention to 2885 and 2886.
2885.
2885 and 2886. We'll start with 2886 and then work backward.
Okay.
First entry is at 3:57 and 54 seconds.
3:57 and 54 seconds. I see it.
Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, correct?
It says Brian Higgins, communication to pedestrian Sallyport, communication to pedestrian Sallyport.
Look at the one just above it. That's 3:58:24. Look at 3:57:54. Or the one
I-
it probably is going to be just below it because it's reversed.
You said 3:57:54, correct?
Correct.
That's what I just read.
Got it. Look at 6 entries below at 3:57:36.
3:57:36. I see it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, Sallyport to booking.
Then there's one more on page 2885. Look for 4:07:47.
4:07:47.
Correct.
I have it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, booking to Sallyport.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting, correct? That's just booking to Sallyport.
Yes. I don't, yeah, there's no record. I don't know if it
That's all-
records you
that's all
going on.
that- you
That's
answered my
fine.
question. There's no record of it, correct?
Not that I can see here, no. I'm sorry.
And you're aware that that's about 90 minutes before Karen Reed's SUV was delivered to that Sallyport, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that her car ended up in that Sallyport where you were at 5:36?
I'm aware her car ended up there, yes.
Are you aware that there was other evidence that was also being held in the Sallyport?
Objection.
Sustained.
did you see any other evidence in the Sally Port related to this case?
No.
Did you see a bag, grocery bag with 6 solo cups there?
Objection.
Did you see anything that seemed out of the ordinary there?
All I would do is use that as a cut through. I did not see anything.
Are you aware that at well, let me ask you this. You and Chief Berkowitz were moving in and through, at least in some parts of the day, in and through Canton PD together, correct?
At some points we might have been together. We weren't together all day.
Matter of fact, he was also in the Sally Port around the same time you were, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
But the records would reflect that, right? The records that are in front of you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were in the Sally Port the last time you're logged into the Sally Port. It's 4:07. Do you remember seeing Chief Berkowitz at the Sally Port at 4:14?
No, and if that says that I'm logged, that could be me cutting
Mr.
through.
Higgins, all I'm asking you, I'm not asking you what you did. I'm asking you where you were.
I don't know where I was at that specific time.
Well, you walked into the Sally Port. We know that,
If I walked in, I
correct?
cutting through, yes.
Right. Was Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port at 4:14?
Not that I recall, no.
Was he there at 4:30?
I don't remember ever seeing him in the Sally Port, no.
Was he there at 4:33?
I don't remember ever seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port.
At 4:50?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move through this, please.
Finally, was he there at 5:36 and 37 seconds at the same time Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz, or were you with Chief Berkowitz when he made a call to the front desk?
No, I don't remember anything like that, no.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz calling the front desk at 5:42 and saying, "Shut the barracks"? Do
Objection.
Sustained.
you remember any kind of call shutting the barracks, meaning shutting the Sally Port?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything like that, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You didn't leave Canton PD until close to 6 p.m., isn't that right?
I don't know what time I left.
Could it have been 5:50, 6 o'clock?
I don't recall what time I left.
You're aware that there's video surveillance feeds in the Sally Port garage, correct?
That's correct, yes. Around the building.
Were you in the Sally Port at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
It's one thing to say I don't remember. It's another thing to say, no, I was not there.
I don't remember being there, no.
Is it possible that you could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I was, no.
You don't believe you were?
I don't believe I was, no.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from the Sally Port garage at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, it's just missing, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a flurry of phone calls from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz indicating that some taillight pieces or a taillight piece had been recovered at 34 Fairview later that evening?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a call at all, without telling me what the conversation consisted of, around 6:12 p.m. from Brian Albert?
I don't know what day you're referring to.
The 29th.
No, I don't remember any phone calls like that.
Do you remember 3 minutes later getting another call from Chief Berkowitz at 6:16 p.m. that lasted about 5 minutes and 15 seconds?
No.
You look at the entries for 6:12, 6:16. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Are you referring to the,
6:12 and 6:16.
okay, I see those, yes.
There was a call at 6:12 that Brian Albert made to you for a duration of 1 minute and 7 seconds, correct?
Yes,
And right after that, there was a call from Chief Berkowitz to you at 6:16 that lasted 5 minutes and 15 seconds, correct?
yes,
May I approach?
Yes.
Are they telling you that taillight pieces had been found at the location.
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
So may I inquire?
Yes.
Your testimony is that you don't recall the substance of those conversations at 6:12 and 6:16.
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you were asked about those phone calls at another hearing?
I might have been, I don't recall.
And did you testify at the other hearing that, in fact, what was discussed was the substance of the taillights being found at the location?
No, that's not what that was in reference to.
Were you being provided information from your friend, Chief Berkowitz, about the progress of the investigation?
No,
Were you providing your friend, Brian Albert, information about the progress of the investigation or what you perceived it to be?
no, I didn't have any information on the investigation.
You were not interviewed about this case in any formal capacity until 5 days later, correct?
That sounds about right.
February 1st, Trooper Proctor?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but it was several days after, yes.
I'm sorry, I said February 1st, maybe it's
I don't-
February 3rd.
I don't know the date, but we were into February.
Where did that interview take place?
Sharon, Mass.
I'm sorry?
Sharon, Mass.
At what location?
Sorry?
What location?
Objection.
I'll see counsel very quickly at sidebar.
May I?
Yes.
Okay, the interview was not at the police station.
It was not, no.
By the time you interviewed with Trooper Proctor, you had already had numerous conversations with Brian Albert. Is that safe to say?
Well, the interview was with both Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan, and of course, I've talked to Brian Albert because of what took
Mr.
place.
Higgins, that was a yes or no question.
Yeah, of course I've talked to him, yes.
Okay, and the answer is yes, right? Can we agree?
The answer is yes.
Thank you. By the time you spoke with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, you had already had numerous conversations with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Yes,
You had already had numerous conversations with Kevin Albert.
yes,
You had already had this meeting with the Alberts and the McCabe's over at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
I went to the house.
And discussed this case, as you earlier described in your
I
testimony.
discussed what we were trying to figure out what happened.
You discussed this case, Mr. Higgins.
Well, at that point, it wasn't a case.
Okay, I'm not parsing words about what a case is versus a matter versus an issue. You understood my question, didn't you?
Yes.
Is there a reason you don't want to answer that question?
I don't have a problem.
Objection, Your Honor.
Is there a reason, or why don't you go ahead and explain?
Well, I feel you're trying to make it sound like something it wasn't. It was,
I'm not trying to make it sound like anything, sir. I'm asking a question. Had you discussed this case or the issues surrounding this case with those folks?
I did discuss things when I went back to the house, yes.
And that was before you met with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
You had already spent an enormous amount of time at Canton PD. We've just gone through those records. Is that right?
I have been at Canton PD, yes.
And you had been able to talk to, you had access at least to all the officers, correct?
What do you mean by, can you
Anybody that was coming and going at Canton PD.
access for what purpose?
Just to walk by them, to hear what they were saying, see what they were doing.
Yeah, it's not what I was doing, no.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything. I'm saying you had access to the individuals within the Canton PD, correct?
To interact if needed, yes.
And very obviously, you had access to the Sally Port
I had access, yes, and that's a cut through I used all the time.
and anything that was in it, correct?
I wouldn't need anything in it.
It was only after all that that Michael Proctor thought that you were worthy of a conversation.
Objection.
I'll rephrase it. It was only after all of that that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, correct?
I wasn't interviewed to the following days, that's correct.
At some point on February 4th, Chief Berkowitz called you to personally inform you that he had personally found taillight at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
He did tell me that, yes.
And to be clear, that's the same Ken Berkowitz that you were with in the Sally Port.
I don't recall being in the Sally Port with him, no.
What did you do with that information when you learned from Chief Berkowitz that there was that he personally saw a taillight piece as he drove by.
I didn't do anything with the information.
Did you call Brian Albert?
No, Brian Albert called me.
You were asked a specific question in the other proceeding in June of 2023, correct?
I don't know if it was the specific question. I was asked a series of questions on how the phone calls came in. That's what I was asked.
And your answer was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that, meaning I told Brian Albert about my conversation with Ken Berkowitz, correct?
It's possible.
Was that your statement or not?
It was my statement then, but I've thought about it, yes.
And you've changed your statement somehow?
I don't know if I changed my statement, but I think the way the phone calls came in is Brian Albert told me, you're not going to believe what was found on the front lawn. And then I believe Ken Berkowitz told me he found the taillight, and I'm referring to the taillight from the both of them. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Well,
Information was provided to me.
what you actually said was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that. Yes, 100%. I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically. I know I called him after.
Objection,
that
Your Honor.
call.
All right, so too many facts. Go slowly.
Sure. You said, yes, 100%, correct?
In that testimony, I did, yes.
And then in that testimony, you went on to say, I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. That's what you're telling me.
You went on to say, I know I called him after that phone call, correct?
I don't know.
And you went on to say, if that's when Chief Berkowitz told me,
I'm here. I was sweeping the floor.
listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, end quote. That was your statement
Objection.
prior hearing, correct?
So I'm going to strike the end part.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
You said you don't recall that entire testimony, right?
Not that portion, but I know I was asked about how the phone calls came in and what was said.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to see a transcript of your answer?
Is this it right here?
That's it.
I'm going to read it.
May I? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection to what your testimony was under oath in June of 2023?
I do.
And you said, if that's what Chief Berkowitz told me, if I listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, correct?
That was the statement I made, yes.
Weird.
Why did you say, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this?
Objection.
Why'd you say that?
Because I felt they were being
Why'd
accusatory
you
and I was
say
trying
that?
to explain what was going on. And what I had said over that was, I believe what I said, something to the effect, I can't be 100% positive.
It's like Bev's watching a soap opera.
And then when I went on to say, it's probable. But I felt like they were being accusatory and I was trying to explain how the phone calls came in. I've had time to reflect about it after that, since that testimony. And both that information about the taillight that was found was provided by each person. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Next question.
Thank you. You said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this because it looks like you and Ken Berkowitz were colluding to provide information to Brian Albert, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
Absolutely not correct. That's
And
wrong.
you knew that was going to look like collusion, which is why you said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this.
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Mr. Higgins, if you wanted to get rid of, and you've dealt with cell phones and electronic devices in your career many, many times, correct?
Over my career, yes.
You've probably even written search warrants for them, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
If you wanted to destroy evidence on your cell phone, what kind of steps might you take to do that?
Objection.
If you wanted to just get rid of information on your cell phone that would be unrecoverable, what steps might you take?
Here we
Objection.
go. Here we go.
Do you know how to get rid of information on your cell phone?
Yes, you go.
Objection.
That's allowed. You can
That's
answer
allowed.
that.
Do I know how to get rid of information?
You do.
I mean, I think there's different ways. You could wipe your phone.
Oh, so you know multiple ways. Okay. Okay.
Anything else?
You could wipe your phone.
Good.
Factory reset.
Factory reset might be one, wiping your phone, taking the SIM card out.
I don't know that the SIM card's going to take information that's on the phone out.
So that might be one avenue. You could break the SIM card in half or
It
snap it,
It
correct?
could, yes.
You know, the SIM card stores an enormous amount of data. The phone's just a brick.
No, I don't know that.
Okay. You could also, if you take the SIM card out, you just get rid of the phone somehow, right? Just destroy it.
Yes.
Might even consult with some kind of an expert to help learn how to permanently erase things from a phone, like a forensics expert, for instance.
Objection.
Sustained.
On Saturday, January 29th, you spent much of the morning rather, at Brian Albert's house, and then the rest of the day variously at Canton PD. You would agree with that, correct?
No, you said I spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house?
Correct. In other words, you went over there at whatever it was, 7:50, 8 o'clock, something like that, and then until about 9 o'clock.
No, I got over there around 7 o'clock and I was there less than an hour. I wasn't there most of the day.
Okay,
I never
fair
went back there.
So you spent time at Brian Albert's house, then much of the rest of the day at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And then the very next day, that Sunday, you called a friend of yours, a guy named Matt Kelch, didn't you?
Yeah, he's my best friend.
And
Yes.
he's a special agent with the FBI, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Was he then?
He's never been a special agent with FBI. He's a special agent with ATF.
My mistake. I thought he was with the FBI. He's a federal special agent.
He's a coworker of mine. Yes.
Don't you think that at some point, while he's standing there at the dumpster with his phone in one hand and the SIM card in the other, that he thought maybe, gee, if someone ever asks me about this, it's probably going to look extremely suspicious. Maybe I shouldn't do this. Oh, maybe he's one of those people that doesn't have internal dialogue. See, me and Teresa would have thought that as we were standing at the dumpster. Doesn't seem he did.
Which makes him a federal special agent, right?
An ATF agent. Yes.
And does he work for or have access to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes, he works over there.
Okay, that's the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and me both. So you reflected it correctly. So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent who works at the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
By the way, for anyone that doesn't know, Matt Kelch, and I don't believe he was last year, but this year, Matt Kelch is on the defense's witness list.
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of expertise more than myself.
And
Yes.
he's one of your best friends.
He is my best friend.
And he directed you to a kiosk? He didn't help you?
Spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books,
Oh,
correct?
Objection.
dun,
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Did you ask him for a personal favor?
No.
Did you ask
dun.
him to show you or consult with you how to pull things off of your phone that you decide to get off your phone?
I asked him how I could pull text strings off my cellular telephone for the purpose of providing them to law enforcement.
This was
Why
not
did you just let law
in
enforcement?
connection with any case that he was working, correct?
That's correct.
It was not in connection with any case you were working, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained, but you already answered. I'll strike that answer. Second question you can answer. Is this in connection to any case you?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
But you asked your friend to utilize his resources to teach you how to extract certain information off your phone? Is that what you did?
I asked him if it was possible to get this off, if there was a method to get this off my phone so I could provide it to law enforcement.
And that information
Yes, the method to do so would have been to just give it to law enforcement and they'll do it for you.
was selected by you, correct?
Two particular text threads, yes.
Right. In other words, there was nobody else that was picking and choosing what to get off your phone. That was just you.
It was me, yes.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone, right?
Objection.
Is that why you did it?
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement.
But that doesn't work for me because you knew But law enforcement could get it off your phone, sir. It wasn't necessary. If the only reason you pulled it off of there is because you wanted law enforcement to have it and not because you wanted to choose what law enforcement was able to see, then you would have just given law enforcement the phone and let them do it. So this is a lie. Because otherwise that's what he would have done. He only wanted those two pulled. That's why he did this. Just say that. I had other shit on my phone I didn't want other people to see. I mean, it's gonna sound suspicious, but you know.
Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
But you could have just provided your phone to law enforcement and let them image the entire thing, correct?
I guess that was an option, yes.
Okay, so why didn't you do it, Mr. Higgins?
And you knew that was an option at the time. And you're a trained ATF agent.
What's the question?
You knew it was an option to just hand your phone over. Just pick it up and give it to them.
And there was also an option to provide it to them as well.
Excuse me, we don't get that. We don't get that option.
Right. But you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Objection.
Changes to that form.
Did you actually go to the FBI computer forensics lab?
Yes. Let me correct that. I didn't go to the lab itself. I went to a kiosk, what they refer to as a kiosk on the first floor over at FBI.
Okay.
And all local PDs, law enforcement have access to that.
And that's obviously,
It's an unrestricted area. You can be in there, as I understand it, unaccompanied if you're local law
If you're local law enforcement, is it a federal building?
enforcement. It's on the first floor.
that is a federal facility, however.
Yes, it is.
Did you utilize any computer or any data extraction machinery, if you will? A computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes,
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you. Is that right?
that's correct.
So that was a federal resource, not for anything having to do with any official case that you were working. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I need to see you. I know this is.
So what do I need to see?
Oh dear.
While we're doing that, counsel, come on back. Yes.
Thank you.
Counsel, why don't you come on over, please? Mr. Conley? If you just go and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask your client or a couple.
He looks extremely put out. Like he's not getting paid well to be here.
Questions he's about to ask your client. Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue. So you'll hear the offer of proof. I'll let you speak to Mr. Higgins before this actually happens before the jury.
Could I just have him identify?
Yes, I was just going to ask you to identify yourself.
Yeah, we like her better. Also, did she just put a stethoscope in her ears?
Sure, my name is William Connolly, spelled CONNOLLY.
All right.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
The witness has indicated that he utilized federal resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have been as follows. He indicated that he contacted Matt Kelch, a federal agent. He indicated that he utilized a federal facility. He called it an unsecure facility, but it's a federal facility notwithstanding. And that the two of them, he and Agent Kelch, utilized federal resources in the form of some kind of a machine, as the witness indicated, for his own personal gain, so that he could, as a witness, in no official capacity, working any official case, and in Matt Kelch's capacity as an individual rather than an agent, they both work together to download certain information from the witness's phone in anticipation of turning that highly selected, highly curated information over to law enforcement so that he could later ultimately destroy his phone, which this witness in fact did.
Okay, so it's not entire. I disagree with you. I don't think it's reached that level. His testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's unrestricted. It's on the first floor.
Unrestricted, but I bet you if a civilian walked in to try to do something weird on their phone at the kiosk, they'd be stopped immediately.
We just got to the part about a machine in the kiosk when you mentioned an FBI resource. So
So she needs him to admit that that's how he pulled the shit from his phone, because that's kind of crazy.
what is your question? What
Did you use that kiosk inside that building to then take this garbage off of your phone, sir?
What questions do you intend to ask this witness now?
Whether he is aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use his public office,
he doesn't hear
public
them.
office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other words, an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain. The fact that he contacted an ATF agent, the fact that he utilized a facility that is owned by the federal government, run by the federal government, paid for by taxpayer dollars, and the fact that he used a machine that is owned by the federal government to download certain information for his own personal gain, that personal gain being, these are the curated texts that I'm going to turn over to law enforcement, that's a federal offense.
All right, so those questions are going to be asked. I don't know, there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the back room there. Can you do it in short order? Or do you need
I
more
can
time?
do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay,
Sure.
all right.
If you feel the need.
So why don't you go back and talk to him? I'll stop bringing the jury or getting the jury lined up to come back.
Okay. So a couple things. He told him that if he feels the need, he could plead the fifth, which makes sense because he'd be incriminating himself because he's being confronted with this. Did you know that if you did this, you committed a federal offense? So he can plead the fifth because it would incriminate him. The funnier part is that the lawyer said, I could tell him about 10 seconds. So he can offer legal advice to a client, keep him out of jail in 10 seconds. But according to Brian Higgins, you can't talk about anything of substance in 20 seconds or 22 seconds. Cute.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That blue looks nice on her. It's a nice blue. I'm a big fan of blue, royal blue like this.
All right, so we're ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor, thank you.
So let's bring the jurors in, please.
Be seated for the session.
Yeah, the jury was not there. She wanted to give him the opportunity to do that outside of the jury. It was a proffer. Now he's going to ask in front of the jury. I'm pretty sure.
We have a very few minutes left, Mr. Jackson.
Understood.
Of course.
Mr. Higgins, you
We have a few minutes left, but this goes on for another, I don't know, almost 40 minutes.
indicated that the phone was hooked up to some sort of machine at the FBI kiosk,
Machine.
correct?
Yes.
Machine. It was a machine.
You're aware, sir, that under 5 CFR 2635.702, you may not use your public office for your own personal or private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally under pain of a federal offense, correct?
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
Are you aware that under 5 CFR 2634.704, it's a felony to quote?
Objection, Your Honor, as to
quote, an
reading.
employee.
You can't read the statute, Lally? Lally, sit down. Sit down, Lally.
Go ahead and finish the question.
For an employee, an employee has a duty to preserve and conserve government property and shall not use such property or allow its use for other than authorized purposes. Were you aware of that federal regulation?
That objection sustained.
Sir, notwithstanding those regulations, you utilized the services of Matt Kelch as a friend and a colleague, but utilizing federal resources to pull information off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
In fact, you were successful in getting information off your phone, which is the text that you turn over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Objection.
What?
In that form, you're almost there, Mr. Jackson.
Higgins, you know what I'm trying to say now. Will you please just answer?
That form was improper.
The information that was ultimately pulled off
Your form is improper.
your phone was the information that you selected and you and Matt Kelch worked together to get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could explain.
Sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that.
I did do that. That's
And that's
correct.
what you turned over to the police.
That's correct.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State Police.
Mm-hmm. So then what? So then did you let us? Where's your phone?
So where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Oh, so when you throw things away, you're not destroying them? Wow. He's really smart.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every
Can you pull it out of wherever you threw it and use it again? Or no?
right to do that.
Nobody said you
I
didn't.
didn't ask you about your rights. I asked you what you did.
Objection.
Sustained.
You destroyed the phone by removing the SIM card. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did that
Did you do
shit.
that? Did you pull the SIM card out?
Objection.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone?
Your Honor, to the best of my recollection, if I did take the SIM card out, I would have when I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away,
I'm going to be honest. Like when you throw away expired credit cards, cut those up or whatever, I've heard of that. But I don't know anybody. First of all, I don't know anybody that's just tossed a phone just in the trash. Like I would not just grab my iPhone and just like throw it in the trash. But I don't know that why you would think you'd have to cut up the SIM card. Like, well, I'll wait till he explains why he did that.
that's what I would have done.
Okay.
You know, as an ATF agent with electronic data experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe the phone.
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, that's it.
Your Honor,
One more question.
This is true.
I can do this in 30 seconds. I think. You were aware that that there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy, or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it, correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of September 30th, 2022.
Objection.
Okay.
I don't believe that's what the court order was. I think it's
Your Honor, I can make a quick offer of proof. That's exactly what it was that he was notified.
Allie, we miss you, but I'm going to need you to shut up.
Were you aware of that? Was that your understanding?
What's the question exactly, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Ask the question again.
Sure. Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order. Yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true, in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claim you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers
And I maintained the phone.
until you didn't. When you just
Yeah, it's weird that he just now said that. He said, change the phone number, whatever. We'll go back and listen to it. But he's like, and maintain the phone. Like, bro, you knew where this was going. You didn't maintain it to this day. You know you threw it away.
destroyed it a month after that notice. You changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers
And I maintained the phone.
until you didn't.
So, despite the fact that he changed carriers, changed phone numbers, he felt it necessary to then completely destroy the phone. So the issue of which he'll get to, of the undercover target or whatever, he was undercover and the target got his phone number or whatever. He didn't change his phone for like a trillion years. He didn't change the phone number. And it sounds like from what he just said there, he changed his phone number and carrier long before he broke the phone and got rid of it. So that can't be the reason for why you got rid of it. You didn't get rid of it because a target got your phone number or whatever. I'd love to know more about that.
When you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you do that in October? Did you destroy that phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yes.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone, Mr. Higgins?
Look at the smirk.
Did you?
He wasn't even going to answer. He thought he was about to get out of this. He smirked and he just didn't even answer. He thought Lally and Bev was on his side.
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified. Yes.
You testified.
It's possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
So that,
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question left. One question.
Also, just because the order was denied, so it's like a phew, let me get rid of this thing before they try to ask again or ask for reconsideration. It's like what does it being denied have to do with anything?
Did you?
I mean, I get that it makes a difference of whether you violated a court order, but other than that, I'm saying it's just weird to be like, oh, it got denied, so let's hurry up and get rid of our phones now.
Mr. Lowley's already standing. I haven't even started.
Hank
have a
does
seat,
that too.
Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question,
down,
Mr.
Lally.
Jackson.
Quiet, please, quiet.
Oh, did somebody laugh?
Mr. Lowley's already standing. I haven't even started.
Have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Quiet, please,
Oh,
quiet.
somebody laughed. Oh my God, who laughed?
Mr. Higgins, very simply, and then we're done. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that?
That was your one question, Mr. Jackson.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes. Oh, I forgot that Yannetti had to finish this cross. Okay, something happened. Jackson was not around. And because she ended it and he wasn't able to finish, Yannetti had to finish the cross.
Sir, you provided to investigators what you claim were the complete text exchanges between yourself and Karen Reed and yourself and John O'Keefe, correct?
What I provided was the complete, I let them know that it was a complete exchange between myself and the defendant. And I said that I may have had other text strings at other times with Mr. O'Keefe.
I'm going to proceed to ask you a series of questions which call for a yes or no answer. Can we agree that you'll answer yes or no to those questions?
If I can answer yes or no to the best of my ability, I will.
All right, I'm going to
Very firm. I'm a fan of firm Yannetti when it's reasonable.
keep the questioning very simple, sir, okay? You did not provide to investigators any other text messages between you and anyone else.
That's correct.
In September of 2022, you were served with a preservation order for your phone, were you not?
Yes.
After September of 2022, you never received anything in writing that canceled or lifted that preservation order, correct?
That's correct.
After September of 2022, you made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you threw the phone away, you did a factory reset of it, did you not?
No, I did not.
Well, you've previously testified that you testified in another proceeding on June 1st, correct, of 2023?
Yes,
Prior to that June 1st testimony, you met with some people and gave a statement on May 5th of 2023, did you not?
I did meet with them. I don't know if that was the date.
Okay. It was prior to June, correct?
Yes,
All right. May 5th doesn't sound wildly inaccurate, does it?
no,
And when you met with those people on or about May 5th, we'll say, or whatever date it was prior to June 1st of 2023, you told them that you did a factory reset of your phone ending in 5421. Did you not?
I don't recall that. No, I don't recall making that statement.
You don't recall what you said about the factory reset during that interview, we'll call it, in May of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the first highlighted line there, sir. If you
Why don't you give him a second?
If you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done. May I approach?
Yes.
Having read that document, sir, does that refresh your memory about telling those people in May of 2023 that you did do a factory reset of your phone?
That's not accurate. I did not tell them that. And I also didn't tell them that I saved texts with my father.
All right, so your testimony is that they got it wrong, correct?
My testimony is I didn't make those statements.
Your testimony is that they got it wrong, yes or no?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, in any case, you took the SIM card out of your phone, correct?
No, what I testified to was that it's,
Did you take the SIM card out of your phone, yes or no?
I don't know.
Did you testify that that's what you do when you get rid of phones, sir?
What I said was that might have been the extent of it if I was to have done that.
And you either cut up the SIM card or ripped it up, correct?
I believe what I testified to was
I'm
I
not
would have,
asking you what you testified to. I'm asking you today, did you either cut up the SIM card or rip it up?
cut it up or broke it.
And you will agree with me that cutting up or breaking the SIM card destroys the SIM card, does it not?
The card itself, yes.
That would have been the purpose in terms of cutting it up or ripping it up, to destroy it, correct?
Well, so nobody else could use the phone.
Well, that was my next question. But
In another phone.
But the purpose of cutting up or ripping up or the SIM card is to destroy the SIM card, is it not?
Yes,
And you wanted to make sure that somebody couldn't put that SIM card in their phone and potentially access your data, correct?
no, that wouldn't be the reason why.
Okay. Well, we already talked about the fact that you testified under oath on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath when you were testifying on June 1st of 2023, correct?
yes,
You swore to tell the truth.
yes,
You raised your right hand.
that's correct.
And June of 2023, June 1st of 2023 was about a year ago, correct?
Yes,
It was about a year closer to your throwing your phone away, correct?
yes,
And in that testimony that you gave in June 1st of 2023, did you say the following, quote, "I made sure that somebody couldn't put it in their phone"?
yes, I did say that.
In fact, by either cutting up or ripping up your SIM card, you also knew that that SIM card couldn't be put back in your phone either, correct?
Yeah, I believe that would be correct.
And you'll agree with me that you took that destroyed SIM card and put it in a trash bag, did you not?
I believe it went in a trash bag, yes.
Well, you used a passive voice. It went in a trash bag. Did it fly out of your hand unexpectedly into a trash bag, sir?
No, sir, it would have been disposed of with the phone.
No, I understand. But are you reluctant to say that you put it in a trash bag, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you reluctant to say that?
No, Your Honor, I put it in a trash bag. Or with my
And
trash.
then you also took your phone.
Okay.
Now,
Sorry.
without, are you reluctant?
It would have been disposed of with the phone.
No, I understand.
Okay, I had to listen to this again. I wish Teresa was up here to laugh at it. How quick and witty.
But are you reluctant to say that you put it in a trash bag, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you reluctant to say that?
No, Your Honor, I put it in a trash bag. Or with my
And
trash.
then you also took your phone, now without the SIM card, and you put that in the trash bag too, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Then you drove to a military base and you threw both the destroyed SIM card and the phone into a dumpster, did you not?
Well, I was cutting through the base, and I believe how I
Did you
testified
drive to a
was
military base, sir?
I was cutting through a base, yes.
Did you drive to it?
Yes, sir.
And then you put both the destroyed SIM card and the phone.
Wait, did I not go back far enough where he said to just fly out of your hand? Where'd that go?
Phone itself, which were in a trash bag, into a dumpster on that military base, did you not?
I believe that's what I did, yes.
And as you were driving away, you knew that that destroyed SIM card and the phone would be gone forever, correct?
Yes, I threw it away.
And before you drove away, you did not transfer anything from your old phone to the new phone, correct?
That's correct.
You lost all of your photos on that phone, did you not?
Whatever photos I had on there, I did, yes.
You lost all your videos on that phone, did you not?
To the extent if I had any.
That's kind of psycho behavior, sir. You don't take pictures and videos? Like, that's weird. I'm sorry. I think that's fucking weird.
You lost all of your other text messages besides the ones that you had with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew that you did have text messages on that old phone with Kevin Albert.
He's a friend, most likely.
You also had text messages on your phone with Nicole Albert.
Most likely, yes.
And you had text messages on your phone with Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was important to you that no one see those text exchanges that you had with those three members of the Albert family.
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
No, sir, that's not true.
You took no steps to preserve those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
You did not ask your friend Matt Kelch, the agent, to help you extract those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
And when you went to that machine, you did not extract them yourself, did you?
He walked me through it. I did do the extraction.
You did not extract the 3 strands of text messages with Nicole Albert, Kevin Albert, and Brian Albert to preserve from that machine, did you not?
No, I did not extract those.
So the only place you knew they existed was on your old phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The same phone that you put into a dumpster on a military base with a SIM card removed from the phone and destroyed, correct?
Well, I did throw the SIM card and the phone on the military base.
Right, and the SIM card was destroyed. You've already testified to that.
I said to the extent of if I did that, I would have done that.
And we're talking about the actual phone that would have had your text messages, again, with Brian, Nicole, and Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes, because the motion was denied.
Well, you've already testified, sir, earlier that you never received.
See, that still doesn't make any sense to me. He's implying that he did it because the motion was denied. And that's a weird reason to have done it. Like, just because the motion was denied doesn't mean you have to destroy your phone, sir.
Received anything in writing that either canceled or lifted the initial preservation order, correct?
That is correct.
You knew when you were throwing that phone and the destroyed SIM card in the dumpster that from that day forward, no one would ever be able to access the content of what you and Brian Albert had discussed by text messages on your old phone, correct?
Anybody.
I have nothing further.
And that's exactly what I'm saying, Miku. Like, the only reason for the order being denied to have prompted you to then destroy it was if you had a thought or you were sure that it was eventually going to get granted.
Mr. Lally?
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Literally, Lally did such a poor job, quote, fixing this that I don't even remember his redirect.
If I could take you back just for a moment to January 29th, early in the morning, you're pulling away from the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
You had plow down in the front of your Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
Initially, it was still on the ground, yes.
And about how long distance, again, was that on the ground before you pulled that up?
Maybe a foot.
And with
Why does that
relation
matter?
to
Why does that matter? Can somebody tell me why that matters? What an odd detail.
the curb, specifically in front of the area with the flagpole and the fire hydrant, how close to the curb were you when you were pulling away from the Albert house?
I believe I looked both ways. There was no vehicles coming in either direction. I pulled out into traffic, and because that's a one-lane road, if there's no other vehicles, I'd be more to the center of that road.
Wait, what?
Look both ways. There was no vehicles coming in either direction. I pulled out into traffic, and because that's a one-lane road, if there's no
34 Fairview's not a one-lane road. Huh?
other vehicles, I'd be more to the center of that road.
Now, maybe a silly question, but with reference to the front of your Jeep Wrangler, that didn't have any red plastic pieces or anything like that on the front of it, correct?
At what time? At what point?
At any time.
No.
And that's the same Jeep Wrangler that you then drove to the Canton Police Station immediately after?
Directly from there, yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to your home in West Roxbury?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to Fairview Road later on that morning?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station again later that morning, correct?
Yes.
Now, the text communications between yourself and Miss Reed.
Lally, none of that means anything because I don't think anybody thinks Higgins hit him with his car. Because we don't think John was hit by a car.
Again, who initiated those?
The defendant did.
And that was on January 12th, 2022, correct?
About 8:23 in the evening, I believe.
Now,
really? You remembered the time she texted you for the first time? Oh my God, the cringe.
with reference to that, what she claimed happened in Aruba, that was something that she mentioned to you via text, correct?
The incident itself, I believe, was through text, but I believe the actual location was when she had stopped by my place in West Roxbury.
So that's to my point. So, sir, with regard to the incident itself, she referenced that both via text and in person to you as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And the kiss that she planted on you in the garage at Mr. O'Keefe's house, that was again something that she mentioned both in text and verbally in person. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as the ghosting that you were asked questions about last Friday, there were some text messages between you and the defendant on January 19th, correct?
What was the date? I'm sorry.
January 19th.
19th?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall if there were any text messages between you going either way, between yourself and the defendant, between January 19th and January 23rd?
I think there were, not 100%.
Madam, may I approach?
Yes.
Direct your attention to the back there, specifically the back page, but a little bit to that. If you could just let me know whether or not there were any text messages between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, between January 19th and January 23rd.
Yes. Looks like the 19th and the 23rd, both text messages.
But in between those dates, and what I'm asking about is January 20th, January 21st, January 22nd. There's no text messages on any of those dates, correct?
I don't see any.
And then as far as between January 23rd and January 28th, January 28th is when you texted her while you were both within the waterfall, correct?
On the 28th, yes.
So between the 23rd and the 28th, so on January 24th, January 25th, January 26th, January 27th, you didn't send any text messages to her, you didn't receive any from her, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And then beyond that one text message that you testified to on the 28th, the next text message you received from the defendant was in regard to John being dead on the 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you're asking questions about these text messages and whether or not you discussed them with various people. Did you discuss those text messages with anyone?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Why not, sir?
To be honest with you, I mean, on a personal level, I kind of keep things to myself. I was a little embarrassed. Wasn't really proud.
You spilled your guts to Karen and you told your fucking boss about her and the kiss. So I tend to disagree.
Of them. Kind of maybe didn't show me in a good light with respects that I was John's friend.
And so with regard to that text on January 28th that you had sent her in the waterfall, she didn't respond as she was in the waterfall with her boyfriend, Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if the defendant did not have a boyfriend, wasn't dating Mr. O'Keefe, would you have been interested in pursuing anything further with the defendant?
I can't say. I don't know.
He still was interested, even though she did have a boyfriend.
What, if any, reservations would you have based on the conversations that you had?
Just everything was so out of left field. I just found it hard to believe.
Now, with reference to going to the Canton Police Station after Fairview Road and moving the vehicles around, which is closer to the Canton Police Station? Your home in West Roxbury or the home on Fairview Road?
The home on Fairview Road would be.
And with the impending weather, why was it that you went to the Canton Police Station to move the vehicles around on that occasion?
Because as I stated before, if I didn't do it then, I would have had to come back in the morning. And I knew the weather was going to be getting worse. I knew that I had a long day. I had been in New York. I had been out the night before in New York, and I just thought it was best to get them moved at that point.
Now, you were asked some questions on Friday about a phone call or something in a call log from about 2 o'clock or 2:22 in the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that?
I recall the questions, yes.
And you have an iPhone, or you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you make a call on an iPhone, as you sort of place that call, you hit the button, there's sort of a timer that comes up and it starts counting off seconds as the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so.
I'll allow it.
And so seconds are ticking off while the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And if a call is connected, then it starts ringing. Unless someone picks up immediately, there are further seconds that are ticking off on an iPhone while that call is ringing through, correct?
I believe so.
The objection sustained is to the phone.
You were asked some questions about a call or a call back between yourself and Brian Albert around that time frame. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were trying to explain sort of what your answers were in that prior proceeding in reference to that, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you want to explain to the jury in regard to that?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
You were asked some specific points as far as your testimony in the prior proceeding, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you say in reference to that in the prior proceeding?
Objection.
Sustained is to the form, Mr. Vaughn.
Did you ever speak with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Do you recall making a call or receiving a call from Brian Albert around that time?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions on Friday regarding key card access within the Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that door that you utilized, you would testified on Friday that you would sort of park down towards the back and then come in through the Sallyport area. Is that correct?
So I believe I was referring to one of the two Sallyport doors.
And that was sort of your cut through in order to get to your office.
Yes.
Now, with reference to that particular area, as far as going in and out from the parking lot of the Sally Port, does the key card, do you have to swipe a key card in order to go in and to go out?
So sometimes if you're close to the door, maybe having a conversation with somebody, it could activate the key card itself. But physically, if I'm going into the door, I would take it out and I would swipe it. I would hold it to the card reader. Some are more sensitive than others, is what I'm trying to say.
And similar to when you're going in, when you're going out, does that require sort of swiping or using the key card in order to go outside?
So there are some doors that you need to swipe out of, and I believe the booking room and the Sally Port itself are doors such as those.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you the document you have placed on for now. If you could just take a look at that and look up when you're finished. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Is that the same document that was essentially the same document that was placed before you on Friday?
Yes.
And that's a 167-page document encapsulating different key swipes within the Canton Police Station on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And from those 167 pages, at least on that first page, does there appear to be about 27 entries there?
Yes.
And so from 27 entries over a course of 167 pages, that'd be somewhere north of 4,500 entries within those 167 pages. Does that sound right?
Well, I went to public high school, but I'll take your word for it.
Would it surprise you that there are 18 entries within those 4,500?
So not what would surprise him. Ask the question differently, Mr. Long.
Do you know that there are 18 entries that contain your name within those records?
Objection. Form of the question.
No, I'll allow that.
Are you asking me if in the 167 pages, there's only 18 entries with me?
Yes.
I did not know that, no.
Would that surprise you as far as your, well, let me rephrase that for a minute. Now, with respect to your travels around Canton Police Station on that particular day, would you quarrel with 18 entries as far as where you went and what you did in Canton PD that day?
No, in and out, nope.
Now, sir, with respect to your phone, you were provided notification in regard to a preservation order in regard to your phone sometime in September of 2022, correct?
I received a subpoena on September 30th, 2022.
And that was in regard to a hearing at which counsel for the defendant was seeking your physical phone as evidence, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding, or were you informed after that date, sometime in early October of 2022, that motion had been denied?
So I believe it was October 21st of that year, I was made aware that was denied on actually October 5th.
Are you aware of a 30-day period by which a defendant has to file some sort of notice of appeal of a motion?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I know typically there's appeal periods. In this particular sense, I wasn't familiar with the preservation order itself. What a preservation order was with respects to, that was kind of all new to me. Usually in an investigation that I'm conducting, it's a search warrant, I take the phone. I don't ask people to preserve it through a court order, if that makes sense.
And so when was it that you disposed of your phone?
It was about 2 months after that.
And why was it that you disposed of the phone?
Because it was beaten, it was broken up, and I had already had a new phone, and only explanation is I threw it away. That's it.
Now, beyond sort of this case, what, if anything else, was going on with reference to your personal phone that led you to want to get rid of it?
So in July of 2022, I had a target of an investigation I was working who alleged that he called me on my personal cell phone. And when I questioned him as to the fact how he obtained my personal telephone number, he told me that his girlfriend had obtained it off of open source internet, which I later confirmed that number was out there.
What, if any, concerns did that raise for you, sir?
Well, I had a lot of concerns, and so July of 22 is when I probably started thinking about, you know what, I got to get rid of the telephone number itself.
And a lot of the work that you were doing, at least at that time, was undercover work. Is that correct?
Before this case right here, yes.
Now, as far as the SIM card that you're talking about, do you have any specific memory of doing anything with that SIM card?
No, and that's how I testified in that other hearing, that to the extent of what I would have done is I would have cut it up or broke it. And the concern would be that to my understanding, that's not holding any photos, that's not holding videos, that's not holding my contacts, it's holding phone information itself.
Like what?
As far as photos or videos or what, if anything, like that, did you even have one?
I didn't have much, in the sense that I'm divorced, I don't have kids, I didn't have the typical memories that somebody would have had on their phone that they wanted to preserve. They were more like the text messages with the defendant, where it would be a drink glass at a bar, food, something along those lines. I had more of a connection to my work phone and more of a value to my work phone than I did my personal phone.
Now, as far as that military base down the Cape, how often, let me ask you this, when you lived at the residence in Barnstable County, what would you do with your trash down there?
Well, if I was going through and I had trash or some recycling, and I was either getting gas on the base or hitting the duty free, I would occasionally toss a bag of trash in one of the dumpsters there. Or if I forgot, I would throw it out when I got back to my other property. And at the time, at one point, I was living in Canton, and I had the house there, and then I sold it, and then I had the in-law I was renting, so I had other options to throw things away.
Did you have trash pickup at your residence in Barnstable?
No.
So if you were to throw away anything, any sort of trash, it would have to be.
What town doesn't have trash pickup? Or do you mean you just didn't want to pay?
Either at the base or at one of your other homes.
It would be somewhere else.
And so with reference to
Isn't dumping a crime?
the phone and the SIM card, if you even did you drive specifically to the base to throw your phone away, or were you throwing it away with other trash?
It was just with other trash.
You were shown some call logs or some toll records or something to that effect last Friday with respect to calls that you had made or received around January
Call logs or toll records?
29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that anything that you had specifically preserved and given to the troopers, or that was something that someone was able to obtain even without your phone or without your SIM card, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach this to retrieve, John?
Yes.
Now, sir, going back to January 29th, pulling away from the residence on Fairview Road, you didn't see anything on the side of the road, is that correct?
Absolutely not, no.
And what is it that you would have done had you seen anything, or had you seen Mr. O'Keefe on the side of the road? on January
Speculation.
29th?
I've spent my whole life between being a firefighter, working in the profession that I work now, being a tactical medic. If I had saw John O'Keefe on the side of the road, I would have done something to make a difference.
Okay, what though? He said, what would you have done? That's a non-answer. You didn't say what you would do, just that you'd do something.
I have no further questions.
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Sir, you testified that a prime motivator of you to get rid of your phone was a July 22nd call from a target of an investigation that you were working on.
I never said it was a prime motivator.
Was it a prime motivator?
No, what I testified to was the phone number. was what I was concerned about primarily.
Right.
Didn't have anything to do with the phone.
Okay. You did not change your phone number on July 22nd, correct?
July of 2022? Is that what you mean?
The date that you received a call supposedly from a target of an investigation you were working on was July 22nd of which year?
So it was, I believe it was July 25th to 2022.
July
I was so
25th.
concerned that I reported it to my supervisor.
Right, but you did not change your phone number after that for quite a while, correct?
I believe it was September.
Okay. So for those months, you kept the same phone number and kept the same phone, correct?
I did.
And September happened to be the month that you received the preservation order from this court, correct?
September of 22, yes.
Right. Now, with regard to the text exchanges that you had with Karen Reed, you testified that you were embarrassed about them.
Well, I wasn't proud of them.
I think your word was embarrassed, correct?
I can agree to that. That's fair.
Well, you already testified to that, right?
I believe that
About
might
5
have
minutes ago?
been a word I used, yes.
And you also explained that you would keep things like that to yourself, correct?
That could be something, yes.
However, you would also agree with me that while they were going on, you told your boss about that text exchange, correct?
Well, I told her about the kiss.
Do you deny telling your boss about the texting that you were doing with Karen Reed?
I don't know if I specifically recall that, no.
But you don't deny it, sir, correct?
It's possible that I told her about that. I'm not going to deny it.
All right. And in any case, those text exchanges were preserved. You preserved those before disposing of your phone, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the other text exchanges that you did not preserve with the Alberts, including Brian Albert, are you familiar with the term consciousness of guilt, Mr. Higgins?
Objection, Your Honor.
Get the objection system.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Just one more thing. With regard to the date that you changed phone numbers on your phone, you would agree with me that was September 29th of 2022?
When I actually changed the phone number?
That's what I just asked.
Yeah, yes, I also got a new phone, yes.
Okay. September 29th of 2022, you changed your phone number and got a new phone. And then September 30th, the next day, you were served with the preservation order, correct?
I got the preservation order on the 30th. That's correct.
Nothing.
All right, Mr. Higgins, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
And where is it that you work now?
My current employer is South Shore Health.
And how long have you been working?
Okay, people.
Presence there when you arrived.
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you?
Oh, hi, Teresa. Are we done?
Oh my God, I'm sitting here just talking away.
Oh, I
And
figured.
I'm on mute. Nobody can hear me. I said, I'm here. I was finishing my salad. And I said, and what great timing.
That was good timing.
I said, but I miss Cross, which is my favorite part of Higgins.
There was stuff I forgot.
Like what?
Like I totally forgot that Yannetti finished the cross
Oh,
until I saw him stand up.
Did the popsicles stayed frozen? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. So I had a little cooler. I got some mini bags of ice, kept all the popsicles in there. It was good. They played with bubbles. They played chalk. They played cornhole. They played, what do you call it when you like sack races?
Oh,
They had
cute.
pizza. We had popsicles. And then the teacher went and had them all say a thank you to somebody else in the class that they appreciated for the year. And then she said a little speech about each and every student and how much she loved them. And then the bell rang, and I officially have a senior in high school, a freshman in high school, and a third grader.
I love that.
So, yep. Then I was like, I'm starving because I didn't get any damn pizza. And so I came home, made myself a salad, sat down, and listened to the end of Higgy.
Yeah, he was good. So I don't know. I don't know if people think he should be called or what.
Who, Higgins? Yeah,
Mhm.
that's a great question. What do you guys think? You guys think that Higgins, that the defense should call Higgins? You think he was worth it?
Keeping in mind that like he knows like things now that he's going to be asked about. He's had a year to think about his answers.
Remember, if the defense calls him, they can't ask any leading questions, but that
Mhm.
gives Brennan the opportunity to lead him wherever he wants him to go.
And not for nothing, a huge portion of his cross was leading questions.
Do you think if they had to call only one of the three between Proctor, Higgins, and Brian Albert, you could only call one, which one would you call?
Proctor.
Out of all three of them, you'd call Proctor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Joanna would call Proctor. Schmugs would call Higgins. CH would call Proctor. Higgins, they've shown way more Higgins evidence. JB says, damn, I don't know. Higgins has a huge motivation to lie his pants off. I don't know. I haven't heard them all. Kim says Higgins. Jillian says both asses. Nope, you can only call one. You only get one. Proctor, JB says.
I don't think I would give Brian Albert the opportunity to come up and say, John never came in the house. I didn't see him. It's not like he's a witness where he left that evening and also didn't see him in the yard. Like, I do think it would be helpful to have all those other witnesses who didn't see him in the yard and also Lucky didn't see him in the yard, kind of says maybe he wasn't in the yard that entire time. But Higgins versus Proctor is a good question. But I just think Proctor, because I'm of the opinion that if the lead investigator who's deciding who's being interviewed, who's, you know, the one getting the shit back from search warrants and subpoenas, and if he's talking the way that he's talking and already decided that same day, even you got to look at it this way, even before he spoke to Karen, even before he saw her vehicle to confirm with his eyes that the taillight was cracked, broken, whatever, he already called another police department and told them that the car was involved in a homicide. So considering he already thought it was her before any of those things occurred, and then he's saying things like he hopes she kills herself and she's fucked and all those other things, I just think for me, it would be important because I wouldn't be able to trust any conclusion that they came to. If I
so nobody's really saying, so Brian Albert's out of the question. So it's really between Higgins and Proctor. So let's go through the benefits of calling Higgins. What does, if for the defense to call Higgins, if the defense calls Higgins, what are they going to ask him? And what would Brennan's reply be? What's the importance of putting Higgins in front of the jury?
Well, first of all, if they put Higgins on, then they're going to have to, they're assuming a responsibility of telling them how and in what way Higgins had something to do with it.
And then Brennan just comes up and says, did you kill John O'Keefe? Did you beat up John O'Keefe? Did you have an issue with John O'Keefe? were you friends with John O'Keefe? And he just says like, no, yes, I was friends with him. Yeah, I'm
I
sad
would
that
help
he's dead.
him. I'm a decorated
help him.
dude. Can't forget that he's a decorated dude.
Yeah, decorated dude. So I don't know. I don't know what the defense would need to put him on for. Besides, yeah, that's why the defense doesn't call it, because it gives him the ability to cross. I agree. It was bullshit that Hank hasn't called them. Right, and it's absolute bullshit that out of all three of those that Proctor didn't have to take the stand. That they're letting Yuri take the, and she's going to agree with them. I think she's going to agree. She's going to be like, Yuri was higher ranked. He reported to Yuri, and there's no reason that a supervisor can't testify to what the investigator did. And he wasn't, he wasn't titled a lead investigator. He was titled a case manager or whatever bullshit she'll come up with.
But they could argue that when he testified, there was a huge, and they would probably have to list it out to make it compelling. But like there was a large portion of things he said he couldn't answer because he didn't do it.
I don't know if I see a benefit to the defense calling any of those people.
Who said that? Or are you saying that?
I'm saying that.
Yeah.
I just
and I know he said he saw
I don't know if the risk is worth the reward.
Right. Well, but then you have to ask the same question about Dever. Like, when they were trying to figure out what, let's say they had the same conversation we just had. What's the risks and benefits? If we say this, what are they going to say?
Right.
Like, in what world did they do that with Dever and then be like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I'm with CH. Like, I can think of a lot of pros, but would the cons negate all those pros? And I think that's kind of where they're at. Like, it doesn't make sense for the defense team to put them on and then let Brennan lead whatever narrative he wants to lead. Because as much as you want to tell the jury that what the attorneys say isn't evidence, you can't go with like a 6-week trial and think that people are going to go back and go, oh yeah, she did tell me to strike that and not think about that comment. I forgot about that. Like, your subconscious can't do that.
I also think it's really clear to me, at least, that anybody that they bring, so like if they bring up Brian Albert, the direction Hank's going to go is, John never came in your house that night and you've been harassed and accused to the point where you had to move. The harassment's coming back in. You know what I mean?
Right. I don't see
everything's going to be the harassment, the intimidation.
I think they just continue to go with the fact that, his injuries do not match being hit by a car. And I think they stick with that. And they put enough info out there that you have a bad cop, at least one minimum, who lied and now is not you're not even going to see him. The state's not even going to show him to you. And then continue to go with the fact that the damage to his body was not due to a car. Katie K. Dever sabotaged her life. She should marry Proctor.
What?
Like, she's disgraced now. Like, she's a disgraced cop. She might as well just go ahead and marry like Mark Furman or Proctor, because she's in the same boat as they are. Yeah, I think they just keep it clean. That's where I'm at too. As much as we want to hear from Proctor or we want to hear from Higgins, the way the case has gone, I say I would not call any of them. Keep going with your expert people and end it on that note. Let the jury go back and have to consider whether he was really hit by a car or not.
I just don't see where they're coming to that conclusion, because even Welcher who's the one that was supposed to tell us how those injuries happened, told us why it's possible that the taillight exploded and where it's possible that his arm hit it, but he did not show how it would have exploded to where it would have caused those injuries on his arm.
I think that you got to remember, even without Welcher, with just Trooper fucking Paul, there were 6 people who did, at the end of the day, believe that she hit him with the car. They didn't think she did it on purpose, but they did believe that she hit him with the car. And that was after Trooper Paul. He wasn't even painted blue, Sleuthy.
I mean, that's just crazy to me. Like, if I was another juror, I'd be like, I need you to explain to me how because there's it's probably the same troll talking points. There was microscopic pieces of taillight in his shirt.
Yes.
There was taillight in the lawn.
Yes. Taillight in the street. And you do have
glass on the bumper, which isn't even
Brennan
true.
did was he got Dr. Russell to say that the debris field would be wherever the impact was.
Yeah, but if you remember, remember when Trooper Paul was asked about the piece that was by the fire hydrant?
No. I mean, I don't remember anything about, I remember the piece by the fire hydrant. I remember the conversation, but I don't remember any details to it.
So there was that piece by the fire hydrant, which was like way far from all the other pieces.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And he was asked, like, how, if where all the other pieces was where he was hit, how that piece ended up all the way at the fire hydrant in the opposite direction.
Yeah, but they didn't really make that a big point this time around. Well, that was my big point, is like, how do you have, like, where's all these pieces of taillight? How are they being thrown? Like, are they like in air with him as he's flying?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, how did the marks on his arms happen in just that swipe? Yes.
Katie K kind of reminds me of Nunya. Like, I think her and Nunya would get along very well.
Nunya's not been in here, so
Nunya did not want to watch Higgins. She was like, I don't want anything to do with that turd nugget.
Mm-hmm. Or she came in as Katie.
Maybe. They do have the same sense of humor.
But yes, I picture that too. And Lally with his cats, like that show that I brought up. Remember, we took like an hour-long detour for me to explain about that show when Tommy walks in.
He's got rats. He's got rats. Rats with tumors. That's what he has.
Ew.
Brennan has his little fucking rat face. Hank really gives me, I will never learn how to drive.
I wonder if he takes the bus. He is a weasel.
Dude, Dr. Russell did not deserve to be bullied like that. I would have jumped the barrier and lunged at him like a wild chimp. If I was in that courtroom, no amount of security could restrain me.
Literally.
She was flabbergasted. She was like, oh, the audacity.
So was I.
And he's like, don't you mean mendacity? And she's like, no, that's not the fucking right word, Hank.
I was literally sitting here
thinking.
Differentiate. You said it the right way, though.
I know, I did.
But I was sitting here thinking, like, I need Teresa to, like, perma-lock my mute button. Like, if she doesn't, I'm not going to be able to stop talking all throughout that because I just couldn't believe.
Whatever you did was literally perfect timing. I was finishing my salad. And we were back to, it was when Yannetti started, and I was like, this is perfect.
No, I'm talking about when we were watching Hank be a piece of shit to Dr. Russell.
Oh, God, yes.
It was so hard to be quiet. Like, I didn't expect it. Well, I did. I mean, we talked about this, and I was like, I wonder, and I feel like he is going to be the same way that he was with Dr. Wolf. He's going to be like that. Like, that's his cross. Like, that's what I feel like. That's his cross, period. Across the board. I feel like he doesn't have the ability to, like, do a cross and not be a piece of shit like that. So I wasn't like surprised in a sense when he was like that with her, but at the same time I was like, bro, have you never had like a grandmother or like your mom? How old is your mom? Like, in what world do you think it's going to help you to talk to her this way when she's not arguing with you? Lucky was
she
the
wasn't
same
being
way.
mean
He's
at
not
all.
arguing.
It was not necessary. I think
It's
that's
like,
a really bad look for Hank.
yeah, like it loses its like how I guess the effectiveness of it when that's how you are to everybody, even the people that aren't arguing with you. So it's like once you get a witness, if you do, that is combative, you're talking to them the same exact way you talk to other people, then am I going to really consider them as combative? You know what I mean?
Right.
Or am I just going to think you're just another piece of shit again and this person's offended?
Because
Plus,
you've just
what
been
a
a piece of
huge-
shit the whole time.
I know. Oh, that's not going to work with Dr. Wolf. If the jury's young, I mean, even if they weren't young, I mean, he's a handsome dude, period. And he's very, very smart and articulate.
He
And
is. And he
so
smiles a lot too. So he shows his
does.
dimples off. Even when he's like kind of like, what are you talking about? Like, where are you going with this? What?
Yep. He doesn't do like a lot of the and the thinking and the going around the questions.
No.
He just looks at you like, really? You're asking me this? And then full on open answer. Riz and aura.
He really does. He leveled up on the Riz for sure.
God. Katie, I agree. And I never even had a grandmother, but I just would be like, she's so tiny. And like, it was just really stupid. I think that for that type of attitude to be effective, you have to be able to not use that all the time. Unless you want to make the defense witnesses become unhinged. You know what I mean? Like me, I could be perfectly fine. I'll answer all your questions. But if you talk to me that way, it has nothing to do with what you're asking me. It has to do everything with the way that you're talking to me when you're asking.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, that's why the tone and tenor of text messages can be hard sometimes.
Bro, I learned a long time ago because my ex-mother-in-law, if I did not send an emoji with every message, like a laughing face, or like she thought I was being a cunt. I'm like, I'm not 9. Like I shouldn't have to send an emoji every time I say something.
You have to though. But also you're very similar to me in the fact like I don't do very well with like long texts or long like long typing things. So like in a chat, like I don't want to have to type 600 words.
No, I just
I want to just tell you point blank like what I want to do. I do. That's kind of what I do, is an LOL or a laughing my ass off, so people know like
no, that's not good enough.
No,
not good enough.
It's not like you. Sometimes you got to throw the emojis in.
It's got to be
on the computer, like for YouTube. It sucks because I'm like I don't want to have to click over to this other thing to get an emoji. So I'll totally pull a Higgins and do a ha ha ha.
Yeah, for real.
Because
none of that's good enough. She's got to have an emoji.
Because I'm very short and to the point when I type, just because I don't want to have to do it.
You got to have exclamation marks and emojis. So like if she says, I'm trying to think of like an example. Like if she's like, I miss him. I hope he has fun. I can't just write like he's having a blast. It has to be like with no prompting from my child. I have
with
to
an eye roll emoji.
I have to say, oh, he misses you too. Like, meanwhile, he has no idea that I'm even talking to you. So like, I'm like, oh, he misses you too. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. He's having a blast, but it'll be so much better. It's so ridiculous. Yeah, the heart emojis and but it has to be the laugh. You can't just say LOL. It's not enough. Not enough. And then I'm like,
I feel your
I'm
pain.
going to be like this because then you're going to see me in
short and sweet. Like I just need, like, I need you to answer this question. So I'm just going to ask the question, and then you can say whatever you need to say. We can move on with our life, and we can go our own way until we need to talk to each other again. That's it. Oh yeah, she likes her Dr. Wolf. That's what she's like. I'm gonna need them here for voir dire, and I also, I think they should just sit in the courtroom the entire time.
She's gonna have to give a break in between days because it's gonna be too hot. Like she's probably
She's like, it's so hot in here right now, Dr. Wolf. Do you feel that heat? We should turn
Katie,
all the fans on because it's so hot in here.
Katie, she was like that
We
when
should
she was
take
my
off all our
current mother-in-law.
clothes.
Yeah, Bev's gonna be like, yeah, but I think that they're able to project really well, so I don't think it'll be a problem.
She's gonna want. She's like,
gonna be sitting there with like papers in her
go
hands.
in, let's get him his jacket off. Let's go, people. Let's go.
She's gonna have to take off her
Staff
robe.
doesn't have all day. We're busy people. We need his jacket off immediately.
She's been wearing the heavy winter version of her black robe. She's gonna have to break out like the summer windbreaker version of the black robe.
The see-through version.
Oh no.
She's gonna put her special blonde wig on that day.
She's gonna have, what is it? Is it it's not velvet, it's like a veil, whatever material a veil is made out of. That's what Bev's gonna walk in. She's gonna look like the Wicked Witch of the West.
She's gonna flip her bangs back so then she can flirt with it.
I just pictured Bev with like, so my mom used to have this little round brush. When I say little, I mean like half an inch round brush. It was the tiniest round brush, and it was for her bangs. Like she would do them like, under, so they'd be like, I don't know, like Bev's, I guess. Why did I just picture when you said that? I just pictured her coming in with like the bangs flipped out the other way, like very Farrah Fawcett.
Like opera. Yeah. So they like bob when she walks.
She's gonna come in like a Charlie's angel. She's gonna be like, oh, I'm a Dr. Wolf's angel. I'm an archangel. Oh my God.
When he said when he testified that people were like messaging his wife and stuff, I was like, fucking Bev, leave his wife alone. You can't go around trolling his wife. That's just fucked up, Bev. So unprofessional.
Beverly, leave that man be. He's happy. Get over it.
Oh shit.
She uses Velcro roller. I bet she uses listen, when the other day when we were talking about like how my mom smells, like I could still remember how my mom smelled when I was a kid. I also remember vividly as if it was just happening, like earlier this morning. We had one bathroom in the house that I grew up in, and every morning my mom would get ready for work while we were getting ready for school, right? Well, when she would wake me up, I'd have to pee. Well, she don't care that I have to pee because she got to get ready for work. So the way that the bathroom was set up, like it was small, and you'd walk in and the bathroom or the shower was to your right. And when I say like there was a foot of space between the tub wall and the wall, that's all there was. And you'd keep walking, and directly in front of you, maybe 5 feet, was the sink. And then to directly across from it on the other side of the shower was the toilet.
Okay.
And then a big old window. Well, she had to get ready, and she had to do it at the mirror directly in front of the toilet in the bathroom. She couldn't do it in her bedroom or anywhere else.
Okay.
She would like wake me up to go to school, and like the first thing you have to do when you wake up is pee. So I'd go into pee. Well, I'd be sitting there peeing like with my one eye closed, and she would be like standing over me.
Where's the story going, Sloopy?
In the mirror of the sink thing, and then on the ledge to the right of the toilet, like she was like reaching over me to grab her hot rollers.
Oh, hot rollers! That's where this was going.
Yeah, they were
rollers.
I wanted, like, as when I grew up, I was like, I'm gonna get those hot rollers. Like they were. She pulled
were
them out
they
of
the little plasticky ones that like you stuck in and you charged them up and then they heated?
Yes,
like in the
there were little poles sticking inside this little cubby
Yeah,
thing.
these little rubber ones.
Yep,
Like
and you'd
toodles,
stick
or what was it called? What were they called?
you would put the hot curler, they have a hole in them, and you'd put them on these metal rods, and those rods would heat them up. And then she had these little, they were like big bobby pins, huge big bobby pins, and she'd put the hot rollers in, and she'd pin it with the big.
Oh
the
no,
big bobby
those are different. I'm talking about the little thin plastic ones and you could bend them, and like they were bendy. Shit.
No, these were not bendy. They were
I'm gonna find 'em.
plastic. They would fall out of her hair, and then they'd hit you. As she was trying to put them in her hair. Let me see. I'm
Googling this.
Well, there's like
hers were the big ones that come in like different sizes. I'm talking about the little tiny stick ones.
These were not old. I'm going to talk about old hot rollers.
Yeah, you're talking about like old school ones. No, they had like the tray with the different sizes, so you could do like the little ones around your bangs or whatever.
Yeah, I guess it did have. Oh, what's this? Vintage. My mother would be offended. Vintage Clairol. This is not quite right, but I gotta find them. And they had like these big bobby pins things that were made specific. Oh, nope.
The hot ones are in the 80s. Those bendy ones are meant for sleeping in. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
These were not at all for sleeping. Absolutely not. These were for first thing in the morning. These are not, they're not exactly it, but these are like hard plastic, whatever. And they had pins, rollers with pins. Oh my God. Are these it? Oh my God. Oh my God, these are it.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me come back.
I should buy her these for $22. She'll die.
On eBay?
What is this? Oh, sold? Why are you showing me things that are sold? Why can't I?
Are you talking about these vintage
Oh
Windermere?
my God. Wait, why is it not up? Why is it not moving with me? Why is it not? Oh, it opened a new tab. Oh my God, these are it. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's the ones I was talking about. They have like the tray. And then they have like little ones.
These. Oh my God.
Yeah, they're different sizes.
And these are the bobby pins. These are the bobby pins.
Yes, it's so.
Oh my God, these are it. These
are the ones I thought you were talking
what
about.
she had. Oh my God, I'm having like nostalgia.
I don't know. I can't find the ones I'm talking about. Like I made them up or something.
Look, and it had the lid and everything, and they would just get hot. They were all on like individual little poles sticking out of this thing, and they would heat them all up. Oh my God, how funny. Oh my God. I'm picturing us in the bathroom and her doing it, and these freaking little bobby pins, and that's how she would clip them in her hair. Oh my God. Wow. They look like spools for yarn. They probably are.
I can't find the ones I was talking about.
Oh my God, I'm so dead. Yep, it would sit on the ledge.
Them.
That is 100%.
Mine were the Conair hot sticks. Yes,
I don't know.
hot sticks. That's what they were. Yep, Conair hot sticks.
Oh, I literally, isn't that so crazy? I'm just like having flashbacks of my mom. I'm gonna have to send her this whole little side quest we've gone on.
You're gonna have to tell her we figured it out, and if she needs them, we know where to get them. Kim says she had those in high school. Lynn says her mom had those. 1982 to 1985 era. Do they not make Aquanet hairspray anymore? I fucking hate hairspray. Let me just
I think they stopped making like a lot of the because it caused cancer and like emphysema, and a lot of those like old and people would use like a whole can.
Let me see.
Like it was
Sandy
really
Bear.
unsafe and unnecessary.
Aqua net hairspray.
I'll tell you what I used for the first time. I've used Olaplex before.
Well, they still technically make Aquanet, but it's probably changed. Because I can buy Aquanet online at like Walmart, Target. It's popping up all kinds of places.
Yeah,
But I
it's
doubt
probably
it's
not.
the same as it was. The silver can. Oh, here we go. 2 vintage 1980s Aquanet hairsprays. Whoa. There. Nope. Sleuthie's taking us down some weird rabbit hole right now. Wow, wow, wow. Hello. Hello, hello. Oh, come on, you muted. I wanted to hear myself echo. Echo. Oh.
Sing a song. Hello.
The farmer and the bell. What do you want to say?
I just want to be your friend and talk to you. Is it not working anymore?
I can hear you just fine. It's not
Am I
worth
echoing?
it. No, I don't think so.
I'm done echoing?
I think so. These 2 rare vintage 1980s Aquanet hairsprays are going for $70. 2 cans.
Robbers. I would probably pay that though for those rollers for my mother. But not hairspray, my God.
Oh shit. Yeah, so so I think we've figured out all the things now. We now know everything we needed to know.
All the mysteries have been solved and we still don't know who killed John O'Keefe.
No, that's the one thing. We did not figure that out yet. Then there were the perm rods. Did you guys ever, what about the hair crimpers? Did you guys do the hair crimping?
Yes, of course. But also I think I still have one.
You have a hair crimper?
I still have one. Yes, I think I think I still have one. And also my mom used to, it's so funny because back in the day I used to get so many compliments because my mom would braid my hair, like all my hair. Like I would get out of the shower and she would braid like 1 inch, maybe 1.5 inch braids all over my head, like just from the root, like just all over the place. And then I would go to bed and then wake up in the morning and take it out. And it would be like crimped a little bit. It would look like crimpy or whatever.
No.
And people used to always compliment it. And like if I look back at pictures now, I'm like, oh my God, what is that? What is that? Like it looked like I stuck my finger in an electric socket.
So I had like straight, maybe a little wavy hair up until I hit puberty. And when I hit puberty, my hair started coming in curly. And when I say curly, I mean like spiral curls.
Mm-hmm.
So I had this weird, like wavy, scraggly hair. And then that's like all the hair around my scalp was like a spiral curl. It was not a good look. Let me just tell you.
Listen, so back in the day, they used to perm. They're talking about perms. They used to perm with only the one size rods, the real tiny ones.
Yeah, well, so my first perm I got was actually
Teresa
was a crimp perm. So my hair was permed with the crimper style. It was so bad.
Perms are so bad. Perms are so bad.
But I couldn't have like this weird scraggly hair plus all these curls. And at that point in my life, I had bangs. Oh. So I had like spirally curly bangs coming in. It was a nightmare. I don't even know how I survived. And then
at least you didn't have straight bangs, like the curly, like ramen noodles.
I did the high bang. I sprayed the shit out of it. Like got it to go straight up in the air. Fucking hairspray. I had the high bang going.
I feel like one day it would be really cute to one day go through old pictures, but people are creeps, so.
Oh yeah, they'd take those and run with it.
Yeah.
I have some fun pictures too.
What did they say? I'll sell those for $40 once, going twice.
Bueller. I love the you guys.
I
Yeah,
remember the
guys with
perms in the back of their
curls in the
mullets.
back of their mullets. So
I
my
remember
brother had
that.
a mullet, but my brother also had curly hair before he went bald, and so he didn't have to have a perm, and he had all these little frizzy curls like on the back of
Yep.
his head. He's such a dork. Look like such an idiot.
It's funny because that comes back now, and like
I know kids are having mullets all over the place. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? We got rid of that shit for a reason.
But
Because
the boys
it
that
didn't look
don't
good.
have, if they don't have curly hair, and they don't know until they've grown it out, but if they don't have curly hair in the back, it doesn't look quite right. But then again, the first ever concert that I've ever gone to in my entire life was when I was 3. Can you guess who it is? How old? What year was I 3? I guess
85. How old are you?
No, I was 1992.
You were born in 89?
Mm-hmm.
Son of a bitch. I'm so fucking old.
Well, then you should know who I saw in 1992. My mom drove us all the way. Me and my aunt and
Wait,
my mom.
you're 3 though, so your mom's picking.
No, I was picking.
Barney?
No,
You went and saw Barney live?
I did not. There was one particular music artist. I had all of his tapes, and I would stand on the coffee table and sing for everybody all the songs.
John
and I
Bon
had to listen
Jovi.
to him every night. Nope. Billy Ray Cyrus.
Oh my God.
Yep. So when I was 3, my mom and my aunt drove us all the way to like South Carolina.
You went and saw
or
Achy
Georgia.
Breaky Heart?
Achy Breaky Heart. Yep.
Hold on, I have a call coming in. Give me a second. Oh, never mind. I missed it. Achy break. Don't you tell my heart, my achy breaky heart. I just don't think you'd understand.
My mom, like if we called her right now, like if I was on my computer still and I called her on my phone and I said, Mom, when I was under 5, who was my favorite singer and who did I have to listen to every night? And she'd probably say, oh my God, and roll her eyes and tell you it was Bon Jovi, or it was so you said Bon Jovi now.
I said Bon Jovi.
Billy Ray Cyrus.
Billy Ray Cyrus?
Mm-hmm.
What a stupid haircut that guy had.
In 1992?
Yeah.
It was a mullet.
Yeah, it was a really bad one too.
In 1992.
Why in the world would your mom even allow you to listen to that? So bad.
I loved it so much.
So at that time, my mom was single, and so she was like learning all these line dances so she could go to the country clubs, like the actual clubs that played country music.
That's hilarious.
With her friends. Like one of them was called the Wagon Wheel. And they do all these fancy line dances. So, but she didn't know how to do all of them. So she made me take a class with her to learn all the line dances so that I could help her practice when we were at home. And so I know that song simply because I know the fucking line dance to it from when I was like 13.
Also, this has to be Nunya. If it's not, I thought Nunya was one of a kind. But I will say, this makes sense. My ex-husband has a neck tattoo.
I like a neck tattoo.
He has one. Actually, he has his own name on his neck.
Dude, I love a neck tattoo. I love tattoos on a man, so let me just say that. And ironically, I married one who has none.
Mine did. I think I have more, but I never did understand the whole. Like my poor grandfather, like if he didn't love me so much, like I don't know how my tattoos didn't kill him. Like he hated them. Like every time I saw him for years, he would see like the one on my forearm and he'd be like, "You got a new tattoo?" And I'm like, "Pop, you've seen this. I don't even know how many times. No, it's not new. I've had it forever. We've had this exact conversation every time I've seen you. Nice to see you too."
Yeah, Joanna, I have 3 tattoos, and I used to have a lot of piercings that I did eventually get rid of as I got older because I thought I probably shouldn't still have all these piercings. But yeah, I have 3 tattoos. I'd love more tattoos. I love tattoos, let me just say.
Just tattoo your husband while he's asleep.
Nah, he doesn't have the look for it. There's something about it. You gotta have the look, and then get the tattoos.
I have basically all of my left forearm, and then my left collarbone, my right shoulder, my right forearm. I think that's it.
Hilla says it's not too late. You can do it. Yes, CH, I can still do a lot of the line dances that I learned. And then my friends and I, when we would like actually go out to the club, like when I was older, we would use those line dances, but just for way different songs. And Lori, that's me. I'm 79, and my whole house makes fun of me for it because my husband's younger than me.
I'm gonna have to see this.
Which part?
The line dancing Teresa.
Oh, you want to? Oh God, you know what? We didn't have cell phones back then, so no, I'm just kidding.
Probably a good thing.
They didn't record. They weren't like smartphones. I don't think anybody was carrying like a camcorder around like how we used to have to record stuff. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably pictures of me line dancing, but I don't know if there's any videos of it.
My first phone, I remember. I literally remember it. It was a flip phone though. Well, my mom had, when I started driving, she gave me her minivan, the one that I wrecked like within a few months. And in it had like a drawer under the passenger seat, and then it had like a 10-disc CD thing under the driver's seat. And inside the drawer of under the passenger seat was her old work phone. And it was this enormous, I guess you could say like the old phones that everybody had in their kitchen with the super long cord. It was basically that big, the handheld part. And it had a huge, like non-retractable rubber antenna. And it was in this plastic zip-on case that encompassed the whole thing. But my first phone, I think it was Motorola, and it was a flip phone, and I thought it was so cool. And when you turned it on, it had this little dude on a skateboard that went across the screen. Not a real dude, like a pixelated one that somebody made like in their basement. And we used to have to type in T9. You think kids would text much these days if they had to do all that to text? I bet you they wouldn't.
Oh gosh, no. But the thing is like, I was, with the flip phone, when you had to do like A, to get to like the C, you had to hit the A, at A, B, C, you had to hit it 3 times.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about, T9.
Yeah, legit. Like I could do that in my sleep. I could text whatever I wanted to. I can't do that shit on a smartphone.
I feel like
I could drive and never look at my phone, and I could send text to whoever the hell I wanted to.
Yeah.
Now I'm like,
you knew how many clicks you had to do.
What's happening?
You knew how many clicks you needed, and I still do.
CH says, search Biffy Clyro. I don't know if I'm saying that right. The front man proud to be awarded honorary degree. Lots of tattoos. He is too skinny. He's too skinny for my taste. I don't like that. I don't want him skinny like that. Let me see if I can find.
Oh, as a side note, before I go, because I need a shower. Can you still hear me when I exited out of this?
Mm-hmm.
If anybody didn't see it, anybody that is looking at or following the Delphi stuff for Richard Allen, I know someone put the screenshot in the chat, but I don't know who all saw it. So Kara posted a tweet with an update. Do you want me to read it for you?
For what? What case?
Richard Allen.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I was looking for hot guys with neck tattoos. Sorry. I was a little distracted. I had
So
no
she
idea
said-
you were even talking there, Sleuthy. Sorry, I was engulfed in this other screen over here.
When was the 4th? Yesterday?
Yes.
So this was yesterday. She said the court reporter in the Richard Allen case has asked for a second extension of time. She indicated that the transcript is done and is approximately 4,500 pages. That's 18 volumes plus 15 volumes of exhibits. In the old days, we would have called that a 2-box case, and then in parentheses, 2 bankers' boxes. That's a huge record. A second extension is reasonable, although the frustration from the general public is understandable given we have been largely shut out. I assume the Court of Appeals will give the court reporter at least 30 more days, if not the full 45 she has requested. That puts the transcript done in early July. I would anticipate that each side, Allen and the state, will request and receive at least 90 days each for briefing. So 6 months from early July, and when adding the reply briefing time takes the case to early 2026. The Court of Appeals, if it does not set oral argument on the case, takes on average 3 months to decide a case. I'd assume we're looking at closer to 6 months because everything the parties review, the court will need to review as well. That puts us at mid-2026 before we receive a decision. The party that loses will seek transfer to the Indiana Supreme Court. If they don't ask for extensions, parties rarely do. That's still 75 days from the Court of Appeals decision for briefing. That puts the case into late 2026. The Supreme Court, assuming it does not grant transfer and does not set oral argument, is still going to need several weeks, 5 to 6, to decide whether to take the case. Richard Allen cannot file his petition for post-conviction relief and get on the state public defender's 2-year wait list until the Supreme Court declines or grants and decides the case. And if he decides to file a petition for writ of cert to the U.S. Supreme Court, the post-conviction petition must wait even longer. What does all this mean? Best case scenario, Allen finishes the direct appeal process in late 2026, probably December. Even if he immediately files a petition for post-conviction relief, his case will not be ripe for review until mid to late 2028. It is not unreasonable for post-conviction investigation to take years to complete before a hearing is held, especially when the case is this complex. I think, and then she tagged Michael's account, warned it would be at least 5 years before Allen's case would see a post-conviction courtroom. I think Michael was being generous. This, and then in all capital letters, this is why we cranks pushed to start the post-conviction investigation early. Memories fade, witnesses die, evidence is destroyed or deleted. Meanwhile, the defendant languishes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we're at. That's about the
So
time.
I did get an email from Jody today
Telling you
with the cost of transcripts, because I requested transcripts as soon as trial was done.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also still have the pending request for my trial transcripts from last summer.
Mm-hmm.
And so she included all of that in the appellate transcript. And so it'll be $4,600.
Mm. And then I said, I don't understand. If it's done, why does she need an extension? And she said, I read the extension request as being necessary for 2 reasons: to incorporate the initial hearing transcript and to proofread the transcript for errors. And then Kate O'Hare, she said the person who transcribed it should not be the person proofreading it. And I tend to agree with that. Me either, Miku.
So Katie K said, is Richard Allen falsely accused or is he the actual perp? Well, depends on who you ask. I mean, he's falsely convicted. In my opinion, I believe he's innocent.
Same.
So, I mean, you're going to get 2 sides of that spectrum. Actually, I think there's probably 3 sides. Some completely innocent, some completely guilty, and some think guilty but not the actual killer, and that there's other people involved. Now, if you went back and actually watched all my streams, there's a lot of wavering. But at this point in time, that is how I feel. I feel like he is factually innocent and wrongfully convicted. Dude, there's a lot of fucking sexy guys with neck tattoos. Let me just tell you that right now. This could go on for a while.
Are you still Googling?
No, I mean, I'm just scrolling what I already Googled. I'm just saying. The judge in that case is, if you've watched the Karen Reed case with Bev, think of all of the shenanigans plus more, plus hiding it all from the public, including on the docket, on the trial, the hearings, and anything you can think of, not letting us screen share. I'll screen share, but then we're gonna wrap it up because Sluthy's gonna go. She's like been on here all day. She's done. I'll screen share.
Yeah,
It's on my
take my bath. Why am I echoing again? Why do I echo every time you share your screen?
that I have no idea. That is weird. We're gonna have to figure that out. Yeah, so I was like, hey.
Take it down. Am I echoing? Oh my God, that's so bizarre. It doesn't make any sense.
It was about the tats, not the body. Oh, well, sorry. They kind of go together. I need it to be like I'm looking at like a mural. Like I want to see it. I want it all to be like fine art. That's what I want.
Oh my God. We're going off the rails.
Well, we went way off the rails. We went off the rollers is actually where where this all started at. And we learned the setup of your childhood bathroom. All right, go take your shower.
For drawing a picture.
We'll be back tomorrow morning for shit. What day is it tomorrow? 27, 28? What are we on? 28? 27?
28, I think.
28? And we don't know who's going to be taking the stand next. There's only a handful of people that it could be, but in my opinion, but I think 28. I think it's 28.
I think it's going to be that Ellington or whatever.
Yeah. So you want 7 a.m. tomorrow? With 10 a.m. your time?
Yeah, probably. I'm going to be in and out tomorrow.
That's my first day of summer vacation.
Yeah, I've got things going on, and I have a meeting at, I told you what time it was. I don't remember now. Noon.
Okay. All right. So I'll set my alarm. So 7 a.m.
Wait. At noon, will you be back by noon, my time?
I don't have anywhere to go, sweetheart. I got no kids in school.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. So, okay, that'll work then, because I'm going to need my computer for the meeting.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
I shall be here.
Okay.
So 7 a.m. Pacific, 8 Mountain, 9 Central, 10 Eastern. And if you are across the pond, you have to do your own math. Other than that, as always, thank you guys for hanging out today. Thank you, Sluthy, for running the ship today, for real. And, like, all of it. And as always, we know you have 1,000 other places that you could spend your time, and you choose to spend your time here with us, and we love you for it. So thank you. We will see you all tomorrow. Go enjoy the rest of your Thursday. It is Thursday. I had to make sure I'm on the right day because I screwed up yesterday and I said Tuesday and it was actually Wednesday.
It's
so
Thursday.
Yeah, go enjoy the rest of your Thursday. We will see you around the YouTube streets.
Okay. Love you.
Love
bye.
you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going the unknown.